in the
That itself is a big deal. Because nobody wants to eat a piece of crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
They got the cameras looking
He
beautiful.
literally told me one day.
She got the cameras looking beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fire.
Look, if this is the epitome of non-accountability, right? Literally, I'm not even in the city, and he did something off, right? Okay, she did something off, right? I'm on the phone rebuking her about it, and she gonna tell me somehow it was your fault. I'm not even there.
That's wicked as hell.
I'm not even in the same city as you. It was somehow your choice is my fault.
You gotta go.
That's crazy.
Right, Shalom, man.
Shalom.
It's your brothers, HOI Illinois, man. We coming again with another Sabbath lesson, praying at the Most High. Give your spirit the reception of this word, man, that it edify you and that you may earn your place in this kingdom, man. All praises to the Most High, Abanawa Yahweh, by Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai. All right, and today's topic is the enemy is the inner me. Once again, the enemy is the inner me. So what y'all brothers think about that statement within itself?
So it comes with a whole lot of self-reflection. That's what I see, right? Is you noticing your flaws and you working hard to fix them and being honest with yourself, especially because a lot of people, they want to see, like when you read the scriptures, when a lot of people read the scriptures, they want to run to the Daniels and the Davids and be like, yeah, that's me, you know, but they kind of dodge the Jasons and the Ahabs and be like, nah, I ain't nothing like them. You better take the message that the Lord is giving you through those spirits and go ahead and check it off your list to make sure that you're not those people or you don't have any attributes of those brothers, just to keep yourself in check so that your inner you won't be the end of you.
Else?
What I believe is about, right, this topic going into is like the brother was saying, self-examination, like acknowledging and knowing where you going off, right? Because the enemy is the inner me, right? You got to know where you going off at. You got to know yourself. The same way how we talk about, hey, we got to know our enemy. We got to know the enemy. We got to know how we are, what we know about ourselves. You know, we got to know that old man so that we could be able to turn into that new man. All right.
I would say as well, pertaining to the enemies, the inner me, a lot of times when it comes to progress, you're the one that's stopping your own progress, right? You make a lot of situations that happens, a lot of things that goes on, and you blame everybody else. But a lot of times you got to start with yourself. And it's very important to do that. And I had this one saying I said last year, I said, for every Judas Iscariot, there's a Judas Maccabees.
Right? Balance.
There's a balance, right? For every Saul, there's a sword that got turned into Paul. Right? There's a balance.
Repentance.
God. So you got to know yourself better than everybody else. And when you do that, the Most High will give you more health. So drop a bar. Con.
So the enemy is the inner me. So what y'all just heard unanimously, brothers agree, without even having to say it, but I'll put a caption to it. We call that deception by perception. All right. And what does that mean? What you perceive something to be. It could be righteous, it can be wicked, depending on how you perceive it. But your perception of it is based on what your purpose is. All right. If your intent is to do something that's not right within the spirit of the Lord versus doing something that is righteous in the eyes of the Lord, then it could be a deception to you, because you may become covetous, thinking that you're entitled to something or you have a right to it when you actually don't. Right? Because at the end of the day, all things are given through the Spirit. So you're down here on this wicked planet, and you're keeping up with the commandments of men. And by those commandments, hey, life is what you make it, right?
Right.
Anything you want, you can have. But that's not so. That's the American dream. Get into this world, you'll quickly find out that dream is a nightmare. Okay. So somebody get 2 Corinthians 13:5, because we're talking about to be self-conscious, right? Is to be in self-control, right? Thinking before you act, thinking before you speak, right? That's called having self-discipline, not allowing circumstances and situations to trigger emotions in you. And you act out of emotion, right? And you take a 5 seconds of anger and you commit an act that can be damning to you for life. Okay. There are sins unto death, right? And then there are sins that are repentable, right? That's accountability, right? To give self-examination of yourself. Am I moving in the spirit? And then if you even say that, what are you weighing it against? Right? Because there's only one source that can show you if you're moving in the spirit, right? And we know that's the word. Right? So this self-examination, it could be in righteousness or in wickedness. It's like which one you give an ear to the most. Like if you're not trying to serve the Most High, then more than likely when you examine yourself, you're examining yourself in how to be wise to do evil. I'll say it like that. Right? Who got 2 Corinthians?
Just the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 13 and verse number 5. Examine yourselves whether ye be in the faith. Prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves how that Yahushua Hamashiach is in you, except ye be reprobates?
See that? Nobody shall have to tell you. The choice was given to you by the Most High, man, to serve him or not serve him. And contrary to the world's belief, where you have this free liberty to just do whatever the hell you want to do, what they call it, free will.
Yeah, do as thou will, free will.
Right. There's no such thing, man. From a blanket statement. That relies on a contingency, and that contingency is keeping the law and not keeping the law. The punishments that come with with not keeping the law versus the blessings that come with keeping the law. But there's a source that lies within every last one of us that we have not paid attention to. Right? Get 2 Thessalonians 2:11, somebody. Right? And it's a borderline, because Esau like to put names on everything, right? He will call you a narcissist. Okay. Can you be perceived as a narcissist from a positive and a negative window? Some people, would beg to differ. I think you can. Okay, because narcissist from a positive, righteous perspective would be someone that examines himself, sees his flaws going against the will of the Lord, and he works hard to do that will of the Lord, right? And he's not ashamed of doing that work. He proclaims and professes that work, right? But on the negative side, that same person will run from that accountability.
Right.
They will run from that responsibility, right?
Right.
Right. Because within itself, it's wrong. That's why you won't take responsibility for it, but you've done it. Right? You got 5 witnesses all saying, I saw him do it, but you're still standing there saying, getting your shaggy on. It wasn't me. Right. But I saw you on the dresser. It wasn't me.
Right.
He was on the bathroom floor.
Yeah,
it wasn't me. Right? Your damn hand is caught in the cookie jar and you still talking about this ain't me. Okay? Because you don't see yourself in the wrong that you do because you've been raised up by the traditions of men. Well, self-accountability is elusive, man. You can argue your way out of it. You got lawyers that go to court every day because he's gifted with the gab. He could talk it up real good. Talk people out of getting the rest of their life who deserve life in penitentiaries, man. This man deserved death row. He done pedophile 50 kids and you in here defending him and you done talk these and trick these people into letting this man back out on the street. All right. So when you think or describe yourself, okay, is your image a dream or inspiration, a delusion or a fantasy, right? Because a delusion, it can derive from your environment, right? So I took the liberty for those who don't get it, you know what I'm saying? A delusion, a false belief or judgment about eternal reality, or salaki, about external reality, held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary occurring, especially in mental conditions. So even though there's beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is no figment to the imagination. It is what it is, as they like to say. You still would not hold fast to it. You still running from the accountability.
Right.
Right? That's a delusion. Right? Now the problem is your perception of yourself fantasy? Right? Because you can control that narrative. Right? Or is your version of yourself, you see yourself as a victim, where you believe that everything that's wrong in your life or with your life is somehow due to others, right? Once again, borderline narcissist. You got that Thessalonians for me?
The book of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse number 11. And for this cause, God shall send them strong delusion that they should believe a lie.
See, the Lord would allow the environment around you, the people around you. Did he do that with Ahab?
God. Oh yeah.
Sent the lying spirit to give him a delusion that he can go and beat a war that was inevitably unbeatable for him.
Right.
Like somebody pull that just because. Okay. So the Lord will use people, places, and things to give you a delusion, man. So when you examining yourself, you have to ask yourself, is your version of yourself the version that the Most High see of you? Or is it the version of yourself that people around you see of you? Or is it the version that you see? All right. Also give Philippians 2 and 15.
I like it. Right?
Bring it out if you got a precept.
You want to start at verse number 9 with that 2 Thessalonians?
No, I'll just go straight to 11. Get straight to the point.
You already read that. You want to read it again?
2 Thessalonians.
Philippians, Salaki, Philippians 2 and 15.
It's Philippians chapter 2 and verse number 15. That ye may be blameless and harmless, the sons of God without rebuke, in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation, among whom ye shine as lights in the world.
All right. Because if you're thinking that someone else is to blame for everything that's wrong in your life, right? Maybe it's based on how they treat you, how they talk to you versus how you think they should. And is your thought in that moment based on how they deal with others, right? Because this becomes a covetous situation, right? You don't want to start blaming and pointing the finger in places where you should be taking accountability at. Oh, well, they don't like me because so-and-so said this and said that. Well, they don't treat me this way, but they treat this person and that person that way. All right. So we're talking about accountability for the choices that you make, the people that you surround yourself with, their conductiveness or conduciveness to your life, right? Because we know when we come into this truth, we have to surround ourselves with what? Like-minded people. People that aspire for the kingdom. People that's going to hold you accountable. Right? People that's going to rebuke you unto righteousness. They're going to exhortate you into change. That's inspiration, right? And some brothers and sisters don't have that ability to be that for themselves. So when you're talking about being blameless, you don't want to be falsely accusing people of things that are in your control because you're not acknowledging or accepting that the fact that you should be doing more or you should be studying more, getting more acquainted with your scriptures, understanding how to walk your walk. All right. It says, so how do you think you should be treated versus your thoughts? Is your thoughts in that moment based on how they deal with others? Now you got to ask yourself, do you want to be treated like everybody else or yourself? Right? Because the scriptures tells us to be ye separate. There's only one way to be like everybody else, and that's those who keep the law, statutes, and commandments. And that's the only unified version of yourself you should see in others, keeping the law. Right? But if you want to be treated like yourself as an individual, don't you need to know yourself? Right? So you gotta ask yourself, who are you? Who are you according to the Most High? Because there's an end game with this self-examination of self. And your end game has to be the perception that the Most High sees. Yours should be the same as his, right? In Matthew 6:1, and somebody get Psalms 139, verse 23, and Jeremiah 17:10.
Matthew 16:1.
6:1.
Okay. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 6, and verse number 1. And it reads, take heed that ye do not your alms before men to be seen of them. Otherwise, ye have no reward with your Father which is in heaven.
So the point in there is, don't do things to be seen by men. Don't create your lifestyle or the image of yourself based on the perception of men, which we know in this kingdom, that's a major thing. Everybody want to dress alike. Everybody want the same hairstyle. Everybody want the same cars. Everybody want the same looking females, right? There's no, this society today does not teach individualism. So most of our people, we do not know who we are. Right? And we got Israelites, even the scriptures tell us that all Israel is not Israel. Because we got Israelites that wear the fringes, grow the beard, right? Keep the Sabbaths, keep all the high holy days, sisters in the dresses with the head wraps, but your intentions are not pure. Okay? Somewhere along the line, you're still acting out of your worldly manner, but you're looking the part. Right? Because you have not let go of the image that you had to create for yourself before you came into this truth. There's a safety in that. It's called thinking outside of the box or acting outside of the box. And whenever you get thrown or pulled outside of that box, there's an uncomfortableness that oversettles into the room, and you don't know how to function in that room. Being in this truth, it makes you examine yourself on every level of your life, because there's two spirits that's always at play, man. There's a righteous spirit and there's a wicked spirit that's pulling things in and out of balance. But one has to be fed more than the other for it to prevail, right? For it to have precedence over the other, because as the scriptures say, they're both willing to follow, right? Get Psalms 139, because that Matthew 6:1 is showing you that the spirit within you has a duality. So you as a physical is one part of you, but then you have a spirit within you that makes two parts of you. But then that spirit that lies within you has a duality. And we're talking multiple personality disorder here. Okay? Make no mistake about it. Because from a sociological standpoint, even when you're dealing with multiple personalities, those multiple personalities are still governed by one sound mind, and that's the original person. You can flick in and out of those mindsets whenever you choose to, as long as it befits your situation. And sometimes that situation, when you flick in and out of cognitiveness, is based on whether you're about to be rewarded or punished. Didn't I tell you? I don't remember that part, Pinky. We got $1 million. Yeah, that was me.
Right. Pick and choose.
Okay. Psalms 139
and 23, right?
Con.
This is Psalms 139 and verse 23. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts.
You see what David is talking about? He's examining himself, but he's putting the burden of examination on the Most High. I don't think I'm ready for that. I want the Lord to have mercy on me right now. Because if he searched my heart, this is how you should be thinking. You're not pure in the mind right now, man. You still learning the scriptures. David was a man after the Lord's heart, and he still went the hell off. But at the same time, he's showing you accountability in that moment. He's aware of the fact that I can go the hell off at any given moment, but my intentions are sincere. What does that mean? Circumstances and situations can cause you to act out of character, out of spirit. So he's asking the Lord to search his heart for sincerity. Okay, thou shalt not kill. I'm gonna eat that chicken. One of the simplest ones that everybody talk about. All right. So you got to ask the Lord to search your heart, because your inner spirit is what he's asking him to look into, the duality of man. He's in that same war that Paul talks about it being no discharge from, where your spirit is warned against your flesh. Okay, fleshly, I'll act carnal. I'll adapt to my circumstances and situations in order for me to overcome whatever I'm dealing with. But that does not mean, from a spiritual standpoint, that I'll hold fast to that. It's like survival. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're gonna do what you got, and Israel, you got to make no mistake about it. That's what we're in right now. We're in survival mode, literally.
Okay.
Everything is against us. So you have to check your inner spirit, man, and make sure that your intentions are deliberately, purposefully in righteousness. I mean, don't be stumbling into righteousness by accident. You don't even know how the hell you got here.
Amen. Remember that thought we was talking about? People walk into the restaurant, you see the Bible letters, scriptures, everything is there. You just came there for the turkey tips, not knowing the minute you took that bite and you heard you an Israelite,
You march
so
yourself.
you finished.
Right.
Right. Same thing we tell cats at camp.
Yeah.
Hey, don't ask us no questions if you don't want to be marked.
Right.
Because the moment you ask a question, we got to answer that question. Something got to happen after that. You're going to be expected to live a certain type of way after this.
For a matter of fact, Doc, you marked because you just heard us already.
That's
You
true.
already marked.
Yeah.
You don't even need to ask no questions. You just need to listen. And I was gonna say, man, people, like you said, people are not asking the Lord to search them, right? And to try them. That's scary for a lot of people, because you know deep down inside that you bogus out here, man, in the eyes of the Lord, and your intentions are not up in the right place. They just hoping that the Lord just he blinked, right, and he just missed the handful of wickedness that they just did, right? I'm gonna give it one precept, right? The Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17 and verse number 3. It says, "For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions." Right? Not asking the Lord to search them out and to try them and to purge wickedness from them is actually putting a dark veil over them, causing them to forget the actual mission that they want to accomplish, because they just hoping that the Lord just don't see nothing. They're hoping that there is no God. That's what it is. They're hoping that there is no Most High God, so that they can escape with their secret sins. Oh yeah.
I got a quick precept.
Yeah.
This is Jeremiah chapter 10 in verse number 24, because Jeremiah did the exact same thing David did, right? Asking the Most High to, try him, try to, search out his heart, right? So this is Jeremiah chapter 10 in verse number 24. It says, "Oh Lord, correct me, but with judgment." How many people are asking the Lord to do that? Right? How many people are asking the Lord to correct them?
Not
Right?
many.
Not many. For you to ask the Lord to correct you, you know where you're going off at. You know what's going on. You know what you're doing, and you don't want to do it. Right? You trying to defeat the flesh, right? By trying to stay in the spirit.
I think that'll be from the left hand side being wicked about it, right?
Right.
Because if you was doing it from the righteous side, you would ask him that same thing, and it's like admitting that the spirit that's got a hold of me at this moment is too strong for me to overcome by myself.
Right. Can you read that again?
This and it's more on that, right? It's this is Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse number 24. It says, "Oh Lord, correct me, but with judgment."
That's that right there. He said, "Correct me, but with judgment." I think what people miss up in the scriptures is that no matter what you do, you will get judged by the Most High. Ain't nobody's nobody's ducking judgment, right?
But
People are
ask for it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He said, "Correct me with judgment." He want to be straight in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? By learning, he want to actually learn his lesson. Israel nowadays, they trying to duck judgment by all means necessary.
He know he gonna go off.
Right.
The thing is, like, he want his intentions to be pure.
Right. He's living in reality. Right. He's not living in a delusion. He know what the world got going on. He know at any moment something can sway him in the wrong direction. But he asking the Lord, "Lord, judge me." Right? Judge me and know my heart for real. Know my intentions. Lead me in the right direction.
So I'm gonna finish it out, right? This is Jeremiah chapter 10 in verse number 24. "O Lord, correct me, but with judgment, not in thy anger, lest thou bring me to nothing." So Jeremiah asked, "Hey, don't do it in your anger." He know how the Most High get. If you don't acknowledge how you going off, even if you don't even know that you're going off, right? The Most High gonna get angry and he gonna bring you to nothing, right? He gonna cause you to perish.
Death sentence.
That's a death sentence. So in Jeremiah, what Jeremiah is doing, he humbling himself down. He asking the Most High, hey, search me out, right? Correct me, right? Bring all that upon me. Correct me to put me in this righteous path, right? So I could have my intentions pure. He said, don't do it out of your anger, not according to your anger. Because what happens when the Most High get in his anger?
Perish.
When he was angry at the whole nation of Israel, dealing with Moses, he was getting ready to wipe out the whole nation. Right. Start all over. So, Jeremiah is taking that humble route, and Jeremiah is showing us through the Spirit that, hey, our intentions need to be pure. And the only way for our intentions to be pure is for the Most High to try us and to correct us.
So blameless, like, it's two ways of going about it, right? One is like get 2 Peter 3 and 14. So one way is by keeping the laws. That'll forever keep you blameless, right? You can't make excuses about not keeping the law. So we was talking about how brothers, we study the scriptures, and there's a lot of things sometimes we read in the scriptures, and by way of lack of understanding, we don't agree, right? But we accept it. But then in that acceptance, what do? We diligently seek out the mysteries. We go to digging into the scriptures, comparative text, studying timelines, calling up the elders, calling up other brothers, right? We chasing out for that understanding so that we can 100% agree. But then on the other side, you'll have Eve. She'll read the same things in the scripture, and she'll just say, I'm not going to agree with it. I'm not going to do it.
She kind of take
her way or no way.
I take the black highlighter. You know what I'm saying? And
top secret that out.
Right.
All right.
Say, not my Bible.
Yeah, like it don't exist. All right. Read that 2 Peter 3 and 14.
This is 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 14. Wherefore, beloved.
That's Salakia. And that's not all sisters.
Right.
But a large majority, we do a lot of counseling. We talk to a lot of sisters all over the damn gone country, man. And it's pretty much the same thing. We chimed in on some of these sister group chats and all of that, and it's pretty much a large majority of sisters in Israel who refuse to hearken to the law as it is written, whether they understand it, believe it, like it or not. They'll go about to establish their own understanding, right? And then proceed to cause division amongst the bodies by trying to teach that to other sisters.
Right.
I personally got drugged into a damn Facebook war, okay, with some Eve who was doing it, and seen a couple of the sisters on there, and I had to get in there because I knew the sisters who was on there.
Speaking.
Yeah, so I had to kind of try to pull them up out of that, and then it turned into her directing her attack towards me personally. All right.
So sister's gonna be like, what about the brother? Well, you know, they do it too. Right?
Yeah.
But the thing about them, y'all kind of got the black highlighter. They take they red colored pencil and they draw the lines to a precept that don't got nothing to do with it. Because brothers got to study. So they trying to make their own equivalences to what the scripture is saying, when in reality it's not saying that. It's saying a whole nother thing. It's not giving you no outs, and it's playing upon tables.
It becomes a early form of your bug out.
God.
Brother or sister, Salakia. It's at that moment that you're on the verge of being a bug out. All right. Did we read that, Peters?
Yeah, I got it. This is 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 14. Wherefore, beloved, seeing that ye look for such things, be diligent that ye may be found of him in peace, without spot and blameless.
And that's the thing. When you searching out these scriptures, man, the Lord ain't make no mistakes. The flaw is on your end. You lack the understanding, and out of that lack of understanding, you make choices that could be unto your salvation or unto your destruction, right? But the Lord gave us teachers, people who went everything, like we always say, everything got to start somewhere with somebody first.
Right.
And that first person is usually like the sacrificial lamb, because they're going to go through all of the ups, the downs, you know what I'm saying? And they're going to document that mentally, psychologically, emotionally, spiritually. And that's what creates your elders. That's what creates your leadership. So when you find yourself going down that road, you can turn to them and they'll be able to give you the remedies on how to come through that thing, or they'll be able to give you the precepts that'll nurture your spirit at that very moment. Okay. But if you're not really truly looking for that correction, you'll forego all of that. You'll just lean to your own understanding, right? Which brings us to the second point of blameless, right? Because that would be the righteous way of going about it. But a second way is being in denial about your behavior or your speak, right? Just flat out not wanting to own up to what you did, looking for precepts to pervert them by pulling precepts to justify your behavior that goes totally against what the scripture is, right? Damn, adding unto the scriptures, taking away from the scriptures. Right.
So like give me your own private interpretation.
Right.
Come. No, somebody get James 1:23.
This is James chapter
Matthew
1.
7:23.
This is James chapter 1 and verse number 23. For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass.
See that? Read the next one.
Verse 24. For he beholdeth himself and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was.
That's playing into the duality, right? Because you know you're an Israelite. When you at home, when you're around the Israelites, it's called Halal Yahweh B'Shem Mashiach Yahweh Shai, it's Khan, it's the water, right? You Hebrew to death,
right,
or to life. And that's the equivalent of looking at yourself in a mirror. It could be a physical mirror you're probably looking at yourself in, but when I look at my brothers, I should see a reflection of myself. So look at it from that perspective. When you're around Israelites, you acting like an Israelite. But then The moment you go away from the body, you forget that you're an Israelite, right? You start keeping the customs and the ways of this world again. Brothers is hanging out with the camp, talking muddy and all that, and then you go home and you rolling up a damn blunt secretly, smoking cigarettes. I've seen mighty brothers, man, in camps, got names, got reputations. Been to some of my functions, flaming up cigarettes. How do I rebuke you when you already know that what you're doing goes against the laws of defiling your temple? Should I say anything to you? I'm gonna rebuke Ak, you know you bogus. But before I could say that, you already telling me, yeah, I already know it's my demon. But what are you doing to fight that demon?
You cannot cleave to your demons, man.
But to do it in the presence of the brothers.
Everybody.
Everybody.
No hesitation, no shame, no slocky. My bad.
Go ahead. You know,
like for real, like no shame, no nothing,
Right.
no consideration. And they say even with smoking, secondhand smoke is more dangerous than a regular smoke. Secondhand smoke causes more death. So you have no consideration of people around you. While doing that, now everybody's gonna walk away, going home, smell like a damn cigarette or a loud pack.
Got the smell in your meat tree.
Right. Got the demons hopping on people here and there. Oh, praises. Oh, that's what I'm talking about there. The convention happened. The Israelites is all here. The children of light. And a nigga that's supposed to be a man of light is coming in with darkness and bring me into the convention.
See that?
And now the demons jumping on everybody.
And
What the hell are we gonna say about that?
Lucky, like he under a strong delusion. All right. He like it's gonna blend in with the grill smell.
Yeah.
So they'll never tell.
Right, you gonna
No,
grill,
brother.
right?
We can
smell
see
it.
though.
Right, we can see it.
I see you.
Right.
Remember Cat
Like-
Williams?
I'm touching you, right?
Yeah.
We see you.
Remember
And
that?
you kind of look, you kind of behind the tree, right? And then brothers come up to greet you, right? You halfway forgot the greeting,
Right.
because that's what that cigarette demon did to you, right?
Yeah.
And you trying to hide the joint behind your back,
Trying to blow the smoke.
Like this,
and, but you trying to hide it behind your
Come on,
back,
man.
but the smoke is rising up in the back of you, like nobody, and you don't even know that it's them because that strong delusion is up on you.
Literally.
It's like you know, that's almost him deceiving himself.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's like he was like I said, oh, that's my demon. Nah, it ain't really your demon.
Nigga, you the
That's
demon.
exactly. And that goes into the lesson. The enemy is the enemy.
We building up to it.
Literally, that's what it is.
I got a precept.
It ain't no demon, it's you.
We
You
building up
deceived
to it.
yourself. I can pull one precept on that.
Yeah. Did we get Jeremiah 17 and 10?
Nah.
Or not? We're gonna get y'all precepts and then we're gonna get that Jeremiah 17 and 10
Man,
and that Matthew 7 and 23.
That was actually a good point that I brought up. Right. This second Ezra chapter 7. I'm gonna start at verse number 21. It says, "For God hath given straight commandment to such as came, what they should do to live, even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment." So the Most High gave us the instructions right in front of us on how to live, how not to die, how to escape the certain punishments that He'll bring upon the disobedient children. Nevertheless, they were not obedient unto Him, but spake against Him and imagined vain things. Now they going back to smoking cigarettes. All right. They going home watching the most profane and wicked things, man. Right? But come around congregation, giving the mighty shalom, Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah. Right?
The loudest salute.
Louder.
9-foot long fringes.
Right.
Got 6 meters.
He's decked out, stacked up.
Right.
Like
and
damn.
a 3 yard long shofar,
Right.
Right?
Wheelbarrow dragging.
Your brother's got to help you hold it up, right?
Right. Verse number 23. This is the point. And deceive themselves by their wicked deeds. That's exactly what that man that we was talking about. That's exactly what he was doing. Deceiving himself by his wicked deeds. Oh, making excuses. Oh, they're my demons. It's just something I got to deal with. No. Right? Like I was saying, what are you doing to try to get rid of that? Trying to fight against it. But instead, you just giving into it. Select it. It says, instead of the Most High, that he is not and knew not his way. So now you getting deeper into the bug out to say that the Most High is not who he say he is, right? And it says he and knew not his way.
But how you saying that? Because by doing that defilement of your temple, you basically saying the Most High ain't gonna destroy you.
Exactly. Became proud.
He is not a man that he should lie.
Right.
His word gonna come back to him void. He said that word out for anybody that's defiling their temple. There's a hit out on you already.
Literally.
Right.
The death angel got a list, man. He just ain't made it to you. You seen what's that movie where the dude was going around with the Constantine dude, or he was like the assassin with Jamie Foxx was the cab driver or something like that?
Yeah.
And the dude had a list of people he had to go around
Yeah,
and kill.
check out. Right.
Yeah, he ain't got to you yet, man, but he coming.
You're gonna be number 7 too.
Right. That goes into that is the lesson. He know that is wrong, and he's just putting up with it. He's tolerating the demon.
Right.
You know? This is the book of 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse number 17. Ye therefore, beloved, seeing ye know these things before, beware lest ye also, being led away with the error of the wickedness, fall from your own steadfastness. Hey, you got to kind of watch out, right? You know the laws. You know that that's bogus in the eyes of the Most High God. You messing around, going away with your wickedness, you're going to fall from your steadfastness if you haven't done that already. You know, you already on the edge. Yeah, your heels, you doing constant up downs, trying to keep yourself up in the spirit, man.
Right.
You know, up downs, that's when you stand up on the curb with your toes on the curb, but your heel is hanging off.
Building
And you
your
go-
calf muscle up.
Yeah,
Eat
your
them
calf
leeks so
muscle.
you can dunk on folks.
Right. How much more you got to train them calf muscles before you actually get to jumping, man? Like, just deal with the problem
And not only that,
so that you don't fall off.
who this old just starting to smoke cigarettes? I mean, you've been smoking
Right.
cigarettes and weed, man.
Right.
So,
right.
and you've been in the truth how long and you ain't got rid of them things yet?
Yeah.
That's what you gotta look at too, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Had that same box from 2 years ago tucked away in the drawer.
Right.
Man.
Them joints, that means you making the choice to go in the store, dig in your pocket with your fringes on. Then get a pack of Benson and Hedges menthol.
Newport
damn
100.
Newport 1000.
Honey Dutch.
You know,
Hey,
With the
Hey,
black
Salaki.
and mild wine with
Hey.
the wood tip.
imagine the dude that's selling you the cigarette. Imagine how he's thinking. You supposed to be an Israelite with fringes. You supposed to be set apart from everybody else. And I know you an Israelite, but damn, you an Israelite and you know it and you still sinning.
you haram like
You
me.
haram like
Right.
me, yeah.
Because I'm
Yeah,
telling them.
Yeah, I'm selling them. Like,
And Elam and then will scoff you.
oh, forget
Oh, holy, Batu.
it. You're right.
Right. He'll scoff you, man. Don't get cut up by the heathens, man. Don't
He won't.
make the ministry be blasphemed
Right.
on by doing
the
things
thing,
like
man.
that, man.
Your reflection shines on the whole entire congregation as a nation, man.
Right.
We were set here to be set apart from everybody else. We were given these laws, statutes, and commandments to be set apart from everybody else, man. You desecrating all of that. When you don't examine yourself and your ways, you're allowing that enemy within you to rule over you. Right? Get Jeremiah 17 and 10 and that Matthew 7 and 23.
I got Jeremiah. This is Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 10.
And you get 2 Timothy 4 and 2.
Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 10. I, the Lord, search the heart.
Search what?
I, the Lord, search the heart.
And we know when the Lord is talking about searching the heart, he's talking about searching what? Your mind. Right? That's the spirit he's searching. He ain't sitting here pleading with your flesh. The only plead he got for your flesh is a sword. Okay? But when he's searching your mind, your spirit, your heart, and he's trying to plead with you. And you know what I'm saying? He's trying to give you a chance to repent and learn from the error in your way.
Change.
Right? Before it become a physical act. You already know, man. Sit down. Stop. Quit with the noise. If I tell you one more time, I'm coming in, I'm gonna do this and do that to you. Everybody that was a kid grew up with those same words being told by their mom or their dad. You forego that warning and that threat. And then when she kicked your room door off the hinges and beat ass came into effect, you were screaming and hollering, I ain't gonna do it no more. I'm sorry. Jumping all over the bed, trying to get under the bed. All right. The whole nine. It's too late now. You had too many chances. Difference is from that whooping, hey man, you'll live to tell about it tomorrow. When the Lord show up, man, you're gonna be sitting in the third heaven telling somebody who didn't listen before you, man, I could have still been down there, man. Only if I'd have listened. The Lord say, why die before your time? And he tell you he don't take no pleasure in putting you to death, but I will do it. Because you're not gonna just disrespect me.
And you got to think about it, man. All right. It's going to be a longer line into that lake of fire than it is into them gates. All right. It's going to be a whole lot of what you in here for.
Like you at
Like you in prison,
Yeah,
right? You in prison.
It's going to be a whole lot of that, man.
and the same excuses, man. I don't even want to talk about it, man.
All right. I'm innocent. I ain't really do it. Look, you did it, brother. I seen you.
I ain't mean to do
Brother,
it.
we just all watched you up on the Jumbotron right there.
You gotta go even deeper into that.
Oh.
Jake is gonna still be in that line trying to put somebody else on blast.
He gonna, man, that's why.
That nigga ain't here because he did so. Dude, you're in the same line.
Right.
What he did was worse than what I did.
Yeah,
Right.
He should have a longer sentence.
they still gonna make excuses, man. They still gonna point the finger at the next person like you ain't on your way to the same swimming pool.
Right.
Jake just don't know when to stop. He don't know when to stop.
Hey, he gonna compare the judgments too. He said, I did this, but I ain't do that.
See, that's that inner demon, man. That inner enemy. He'll make light of your sin while having you to jumbotron somebody else's sin.
Blast somebody else.
Right? That's that mode.
Oh,
Yeah, but see, the Lord tells you about that.
they
Man.
gonna, and look, they gonna try to look. It ain't gonna be no accountability in that line. All right. Lord, I know I killed 40, 50, 60 of my people, but
Right.
he a sodomite. He shouldn't be. I shouldn't be in the same line as him. Oh, hell no. like no,
Jake
man.
would think so like that too.
For real. Like, Lord, me versus him. Who you
Right.
choosing? Like, look,
He a sodomite.
he gonna say both of y'all put to death. Man.
What kind of wicked spirit do you have to have on you, residing in you, man, to make you talk to the Lord in that fashion, man, like you trying to finesse him? Even the spirits that encountered Yahushua didn't try to finesse.
Trying to strike a deal, bro.
Them niggas got, well, one did. Legion tried to get up out that jam, but see, he had so many spirits on him with the multiple personality. All of them probably started trying to speak at the same time. So one of them just blurted out, look, just put us in the pigs.
Like, please, man, show mercy.
He screamed from the back.
Yeah, he was all the way in the back. Just put us in the pigs. Because the rest of them were too busy begging and pleading, don't kill us.
Right.
Don't torment us. It's your demons that live within, like we tell them that at camp, bro. This man got demons on him and his demons hate him.
Right.
Way he pulling up.
They literally got him out here talking. He 3'6", weighs 75 pounds with 150-pound boots on. Right. And he's running up on 6 foot plus, 300+ pound men. Together, we almost 2,000 pounds. And this man is telling us he'll beat our ass, stomp us out,
drag us down the street.
Your demon hates you. Right. Your demon want to see you get your ass whooped.
Hey, don't forget dog walk.
Like, brother, if you're not stronger than the elevator, brother,
Right.
you're not doing nothing.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, what type of demon do you have to have on you?
You got legion
for you to try to strike a deal with the Most High. And you just a simple, regular person. Even the demons that were on legion tried to, humble himself before Yahushua.
Right.
All right. But that's what was nurtured in us. When we talk about that enemy that's within us, that's what was nurtured from birth. All right, but go ahead. I'll finish that precept out.
Con. The one in Jeremiah?
From the top, Con.
This is Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 10. I, the Lord, search the heart. I try the reins, even to give every man according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his doings.
See that? That plays into that vile affection, man. You can't say he's an unrighteous God. Man, I give you whatever you want.
Mhm.
You want to go over there and play the Bati Boy games? Go ahead. Just know I'm going to do something to you about it.
All right.
You can't say he was an unfair father. He never denied us anything. But he asks you to examine yourself. In examining yourself, that means examine your choices that you're about to make. Before you come talking to me and asking me for something, examine what you're about to ask me for and make sure it's unto your salvation. Because if I give it to you and it turned out to be something vile, what he tell you in James, you receive not because you ask amiss. If it be a myth, I'm gonna beat ass.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna be able to negotiate and talk your way out of it. So make sure that enemy that lives within you, that left hand negative side of your duality, is not the one asking for this. All right? It's not gonna be something that's gonna be pleasing to the flesh, that instant gratification thing. Because what's pleasing to the soul is not instant. You gotta build up for that. You gotta work for that. When you get that thing, like how the Sabbath is supposed to be a representation of that 6 days slaving your ass off, whatever it is. On that 7th day, man, you happy as hell. I ain't got to do nothing.
Right.
I fight you trying to make me. I quit. You know what I mean, Jake? Man, I quit. Why you quit your job, man? They try to make me work on the Sabbath. But that inner enemy, he'll make it sound sweet. He'll make it seem like it's a blessing.
Mm.
You getting time, man. We get that time and a half, boy. That's an extra 75 on them $400 Jordans we was trying to get. All right, he gonna butter you up with it. All right, get that Matthew 7:23 out.
This is Matthew chapter 7 and verse number 23.
Daniela, you holding 2
Second
Timothy? Con, run that out.
And then will I profess unto them, I never knew you.
See that?
Depart from me, ye that work iniquity.
What's your take on that?
Shoot, don't nobody want to hear that. What you mean?
What
Like
can Jake
you-
at that point
That
say?
make you want to fall headlong off something. You know
Man,
what I
he
mean?
gonna forgive God. He gonna eventually forgive him.
Nah, he said, I never knew thee. Depart from me.
He was only talking about at the time when you was doing wrong. You repented. You good now.
No,
That's
get
like
the
a
hell
demon.
away from me. That's what
You
he
see
said, man.
Because that's what that inner enemy gonna be telling you. Man, look, man, he forgive everybody.
Yeah, but they gonna feel it when he say it to their face. That's your only way in. You see the look. You see Cap over there doing the Cap dance with the turkey tips up in his hand. Oh, I need ends on that.
Man, what'd he do to Moses? Didn't Moses tell him that if he killed y'all, that'll make him look bad in front of the eyes of the people? He might well let you die in Egypt. What'd he bring you into the truth for if he was only gonna destroy you? He knew you was hard-headed, wasn't gonna listen.
But he gave you a chance over and over and over again throughout regeneration and regeneration and regeneration, and throughout more than likely all those regenerations you chose not to follow.
Brother, we
Christ.
got grace.
Grace. Say your grace. Say your grace.
That inner enemy, this is
Yeah.
not, that demon within us. That's how he talked to us in our head.
Yeah.
Them
That's
smooth words, man, that downplay the wrath for the Lord. He already damned. He ain't worried. He don't. You think he's scared of the punishment of the Lord? He already damned.
Yeah.
There is no upside to his story, y'all. It's all downhill for him. So in a typical fall, what do a person do? Who you know fall and just fall?
Oh, forget it.
When you're falling, you're reaching for whatever's in sight. You're gonna pull down this whole TV screen, trying not to hit the floor.
Like, don't let me go.
And that's what they do to you. That's what that inner enemy does. He know he's falling perpetually. There is no breaking or stopping his fall. He's gonna take down as many of us with him as he can.
That demon be trying. You be trying to make excuses, man.
Hey, Salaki, look at the movie New Jack City with Nino Brown.
Huh?
He said, "To hell with that. Y'all told me y'all got me. I don't give a damn. To hell with that." All right.
That's the real boss.
That's like, oh shit. He said, y'all talking about me, talking I'm a gangster. No, it's bigger than Nino Brown. I'm
God.
telling. And look, this is how you know the Bible is real, because look what's happening today. Literally, look what's happening today. You talk about Donkey Kong or Diddy Kong, or did he do it or did he did it? Right? He's falling, he's going down, and guess what? They say he had more oil than Saudi Arabia.
Sean Johnson and
Right.
Johnson.
Johnson and Johnson. You think he ain't telling?
No, but on the righteous side, that's what you supposed to tell Esau when he started rounding up brothers in Jacob's trouble.
Right.
Man, it's bigger than me.
Right.
Yahweh Shai is the real boss.
Good.
Right.
And you gonna meet him.
Yeah. So,
Like,
you know,
the way that them, I ain't gonna lie, just backtracking real quick. The way that them demons be trying to lie to you, you said, no, we got grace.
Yeah, okay.
The Lord is peace.
look at we got grace.
Right? We got grace.
Yeah, weed got grace.
You
He
know what I'm saying?
referring to you in the second and the third person.
Right.
Look, there's people in the precepts that have more common sense. You just gonna stand. You know, Jake, he gets stubborn. He said, this line not moving until I get in the kingdom. He gonna have that type of mentality, man. That's why them 12
Oh,
angels,
ain't nobody getting in.
right?
Bounce is coming.
For real. Now look at this, man. This is the book of 2 Kings, chapter 9, and verse number 22. Right? This how Christ gonna be, man. And this how they gonna be, or they better be, or it's off with their head. It's a and it came to pass when Joram saw Jehu, and he said, "Is it peace, Jehu?" And he answered, "What peace? So
Right.
long as the whoredoms of thy mother Jezebel and her witchcrafts are so many." And Joram turned his hands and fled, and said, "Ahaziah, there's treachery." Ahaziah.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
You know,
His heart failed him at that moment.
he had common sense, man. Everybody else before all the other messengers, they kind of blended in with the crowd. So they say, no, he killed
He
Jehu,
killed
them
him, yeah.
and threw him up in the back, man.
Yeah, he told him, hey, go check back there real quick.
Yeah, for real.
And
Check
they
it out
come
over
back.
there. Right. That's what happened, man.
Yeah, they giving out menorahs in the back, yo.
Right. In the garment too.
You're better off just running if
Garment.
the Lord say,
Because our people want something for free.
right. You're better off just running. Get out of his
But then
way.
where
if
you
he
gonna
say-
run to though?
You
Yeah.
gotta run into the fire in that
Right.
case, man.
Like, you know what that spirit will say? Just make a promise. Make an oath to the Lord. All right. But luckily, the Most High don't really care what you say. He care about your actions.
Right.
All right, real quick.
Yeah.
This 1 Samuel chapter 2.
Before
In
you
verse
bring
number
it out. And y'all probably gonna say I'm off as hell for saying this, but I'm gonna say it.
Bring it out.
Jake gonna sit right there and say, I could do all things through Christ. Christ wasn't dealing with me. That's why I couldn't do it.
Right.
Blame him, Lord.
Dang.
He
He
wasn't
gonna-
holding me. He
that's
didn't
all
have my
right.
back.
He gonna plead to the bigger throne.
Woo. He gonna go over there and straight to your house. I could do all things through Christ who strengthened me, but he wasn't dealing with me.
Right.
He didn't
He
strengthen
wasn't
me.
there to strengthen me.
Jay
Oh,
gonna look. Jay
snap.
gonna have.
Yo.
He gonna have a Karen moment. I want to speak to your manager. He gonna say that to
Right.
Christ.
I want to speak to the boss.
Yeah,
Big
let
boss.
me speak to the big guy. All right, because I'm not dealing with you.
'Cause this ain't fair.
Look,
That was all.
That's crazy.
That was all.
That's crazy.
That's Jake though.
That's
uh,
No
That's the spirit of
accountability.
Jake.
But in defense of them, before you bring that precept out, but in the defense of our people not knowing the laws and the ways of the Lord, this is how we are. These are the strongholds and the overtakings that these demons that live within us have on us, bro. I'm 48. Do you really think in the last 8 years of my life being in this truth that they're gonna wash away 40 years of sin? It's not gonna happen that fast, bro. The goal is to be constantly conscious of my behavior, aware, feeding my spirit the righteous fruits of this word, which will starve the hell out of that demon that's been living inside of me. That
right.
bastard, he's half malnutrition,
Right.
okay? Looking bulimic around this bad boy.
Ribs sticking out.
And every now and then he get a meal by other people that come into your life, bringing problems into your life, bringing drama to your spirit feeds him. And you call yourself trying to, who the hell gave you a plate? You kind of slap the plate out his hand. You know what I'm saying? And he down there on the floor trying to pick up the individual grains of the rice because he's still trying to stay alive in you. You see what I'm saying? You starving him out, but he's still getting fed because people, oh, I didn't know he couldn't eat. That's what they say when they come in and they triggering and doing things that go against the scriptures. And you have to be long-suffering and patient with them. All right? You got to still show compassion to them in the face of them literally disrespecting and walking all over the scriptures because you're operating within them and they don't understand that because they don't know the scriptures. How are you?
All right, that was a great point. This 1 Samuel chapter 2 and verse number 3. It says, talk no more so exceedingly proudly. Let not arrogance come out of your mouth. Because a lot of times we know, Israel, they know how to talk. Israel could talk themselves out of anything, right? Or they could try to, right? A lot of lip service going on, right? For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. So the Lord really don't care about what you say. He care about what you do. So if that demon, right, where Yahushua come and slay them before me, and that demon on Jay be like, hey, I'm just make a promise. Just make a promise. Just talk to him. Make an oath. You could talk your way out of it. The Lord don't change. He don't care. He don't care what you say at that point. If Yahushua like that gavel down and give that judgment, it is what it is. That's exactly what's going to happen. So there's nothing that you could say, but it's all about your actions. You don't want to make it to the point where it's too late for you to change your actions. That's why you need to take heed now, because in the day of judgment, there is no going back. There is no repenting. There is no, I'm sorry. There is no, oh, I'm going to change. Just give me one more chance. I won't do it no more. Ain't none of that, man. You in the judgment seat, and 10 out of 10 times, if you was going against the scriptures, you being thrown in that lake of fire, man. So stop trying to talk it up to the Most High so much and do what's required of you. You gotta apply it by action, because that's what the Most High God is looking for. He's looking for your actions, just not your lip service.
And to add to that, man, let me back off of that. And don't be thinking don't be thinking that the Lord coming to talk to you personally, man.
Right.
When a brother or a sister come to you and they're telling you, thus say the Lord, thus say the Holy Bible, man, that's the Lord talking to your ass right then and there. You either gonna hearken or you gonna plug your ears, man. And whatever come after that, that's you brought that on yourself. All right. What was we holding?
I got 2
Timothy 4 and 2. Come on, get with Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 4 and 5.
You want 2 Timothy first?
Yeah.
2 Timothy chapter 4 and verse number 2. Preach the word, be instant in season, out of season. Reprove, rebuke, exhort with all long suffering.
Rebuke, exhort with all long suffering. All right, go ahead.
And doctrine.
Say what you want to say to your brothers to build them up, to rebuke them, show them the error of their ways, right? But do it with the scriptures. Don't come with your nigga man concepts and ideologies that come from Esau's world and try to deal with a man of the Lord or a sister of the Lord, man. Because that understanding is not going to fly. But this is what's going to happen when you're allowing the enemy within you, that spirit that lies within you, to rule over you. He'll come to a righteous brother and sister with no compassion, and he'll rebuke him in all wickedness. Use the precepts to try to tear that brother down in the truth. Be a stumbling block to him. All right. But then what happens? He got a spirit that lies within him too. Familiar spirits recognize familiar spirits. Next thing you know, his spirit is like, hold on, I got this, yo. Fall back. You know what I'm saying? You ain't built to fight this cat. I got him. And now 2 Israelites are outside fighting like nigga men.
Literally.
Arguing like nigga men. While the whole world is looking and saying, damn, I thought them niggas was just on the microphone talking about brotherly love and
Right.
don't kill each other and have compassion. Now they over there fighting. Talking about somebody leader better than the other leader. Going the hell off. But these are prominent men who travel all over the country teaching. And what happens in that moment is that pride of the accolades that you get as being a mighty teacher, a mighty brother, they done set in without you even realizing. And that demon that lies within you is able to capitalize off of that. Because what happens when you get to that certain point of a certainty in your life or an assuredness, right, from being exhortated so much, you get laxed, right? You kind of relax on checking yourself and rebuking yourself. This is where that power struck spirit comes in at.
Come.
And somebody got to rebuke your ass to bring you back into reality and show you that you're going off. All right?
And it depends on them whether they actually do check themselves, right? Sirach chapter 37 and verse 29, I believe, man, says that there's one that is wise and teaches many, but is unprofitable for himself.
Come.
You know, you got to check yourself so that you won't be that. And you need brothers around you to check you too.
Go oldie but goodie, Galatians 4:16. Accepting that correction, man. And that's going to segue us into the next portion of this, man. You gotta ask yourself, why can't I accept correction? Accepting the truth being told, you know what I'm saying, to you about you. Right? Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 4.
It's Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 and verse number 4. For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, but nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin. For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit and remove from thoughts that are without understanding and will not abide when unrighteousness come in.
That's why you can't accept correction. That's why you move with that narcissistic, accountability spirit in you. Your intentions are not good. Your intentions are not in righteousness, man. I'm going to learn 1,000 precepts so brothers can look and think I'm mighty. I only can break down 3. And I'm flawed in 1.5 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that spirit of wisdom is tied into praying and asking amiss. If you're going to get this wisdom from the Lord to misuse it, to manipulate brothers is literally using the scriptures to bed sisters, man.
Right.
With no intentions on making her his rib. And because he can't yield the scriptures in righteousness because the Lord won't give him that understanding, he'll make a blanket statement with a scripture and say, oh, sex ain't marriage.
Right.
When you can go through these scriptures and show a plethora of first encounter sexual acts that were later constituted as marriage. And if those acts weren't considered marriage, then where are the verses that show the punishment for making whores out of those women?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we can clearly see that Isaac, man, that man ain't courtship. He saw her coming on the horse. Oh, snap.
For real.
Let me some get right.
And no brother better than that sending him his servant to go talk to her was the courtship. Don't even think about it. All right. Don't even think about it.
He can't courtship for him. The hell is that?
He getting his ultimate wingman on.
Yeah.
Hey, Salaki, let that be Jake. In modern times, he'll try to courtship for his damn self. He said, yeah, so I mean, I was speaking to him, I was trying to get with you first, but hearing that, this and that, but I'll just wait a bit.
Right.
They say he's a piece of crap and all of that, man. He ain't no good type of nigga. Hearing it, man, just deal with me.
Jake will use the scriptures to try to take your wife.
Literally.
He'll try it.
Then we see
be like, hey,
counsel.
Yeah.
Hey, David did it.
We saw that
Right,
with council.
right.
We
He
saw-
He was the
make
man
it
after the
right.
Lord's heart.
Exactly.
Yeah, see that?
Man, that's all.
See,
Shit,
so
they can be wicked sometimes. Well,
So-
majority of the
Wow.
time.
so all of these are just little examples of how there still lies within us an enemy,
Right.
a damn wicked spirit that lies within us.
So like, yeah. Is it safe to say that that's that old man?
That's the old man.
A piece of it's never you casting away that old man. That old man is always with you.
He'll always be there, man.
And that's part of I would say that's part of your temptation, your process of going through those temptations. Building up your mind for rulership.
If you had to put a stamp on that old man and put a label to him, he would be flesh.
Right.
He would be flesh. Your whole existence, you live fleshly. We're just now learning to live spiritually. That's why we babes. Right? 40 years old, coming to the truth, I'm the equivalent of a newborn. Right? But that old me, 39 plus years old, that nigga senior citizen in wicked, man. But that man getting wicked discounts.
Right.
Right? Go to the weed, man. Joe, man, I'm short, man. Don't even worry about that. You
Right.
good, Joe. Here you go. He been shopping at the liquor store so long, he can go in there
You already
and
know
get liquor
everybody
on
there,
credit.
right.
Like he get all kind of senior citizen wicked discounts, man.
Buy one, get one free.
Right. Literally.
Right.
Wicked ARP.
You see what I'm saying? But in the spirit, you have to build up a whole new credit rapport.
Okay.
And that's a hard thing to do because there isn't that much righteousness moving around your environment. Everything is geared towards the prosperousness of wickedness. That's why the Lord told you don't be looking at what the wicked got, man, and be becoming covetous over what they got, because most of what they got gonna be the reason why they get destroyed. Your eyes should be set on trying to build the treasures in the kingdom.
Hey, look at Diddy, man. I'm gonna keep talking
See
about
that?
Diddy. What is he? They said something like a billionaire, whatever.
Close to it, he was about to
Right.
be, or he was.
500 million.
500 million. The man tried to buy you off his freedom. I think he offered him like 50 million or something like that. They said, no, we don't need that. So how much money you accumulated in wickedness, and now you think you're gonna buy your way out of the situation?
This is a judgment from the Lord,
it's
playboy.
literally from the Lord.
You can't buy your way out of this.
Right.
Now, who's to say, while he locked down in wherever he at, Lord may send him into a deep spiral, you know what I'm saying, of self-reflection and regret, and he possibly repent. But the acts thereof to prove that repentance, you're gonna have to figure out some kind of way in the Pokemon how to show that. Because you won't get to come back out here into this world and show the alternative version of yourself.
And your status, I don't even know if your prison is the same as a normal
everybody
person's
else.
prison. Like brother might have TV.
I
You know
mean,
what I'm saying? Might have
he'll be in regular jail like everybody else, but having money would afford him amenities that a broke nigga in jail won't have.
right.
You see what I'm saying? So the enemy will always tell you it's self-confidence, right? Because growing up as a child, we talking about self-esteem, right? Arrogance, conceit, like selfishness. All those things can look like confidence, right? So that takes us back to, some of the most destructive, detrimental to life and health deceptions by perception. Starts with the inner you. It starts as a thought, which transcends in the words of self-confirmation. And then that segues into physical actions at some point. So like the brother Solomon, when we was talking last week, remember he was asking you the question, how do you transform something spiritual into physical, to something tangible? Because every thought is from the spiritual realm. How do I bring it into this physical existence? Well, one way to do that is to take that thought and put it on paper, something that I can actually see that thought before me and hold it in front of me, reflect on it, refer to it, right? Another way to take that spiritual thought and transform it into a physical is by way of doing, right? I'm not, okay. The thought is, Leviticus 11:7, don't eat pork. But how do I transcend that spiritual into a physical? Hey, man, I don't buy the damn pork chops. I go get the lamb chops.
Right.
Right. But the thing is, deception by perception is that inner enemy within you who wants to keep you within the sin. He'll make it seem like that choice is not a choice at all. It's a right. It's an obligation. It's a duty. It belongs to you. That's yours. You shouldn't have to get confirmation to obtain what belongs to you. Here I go again. Didn't the Lord say that this earth was created for you?
us. Right.
See that?
Everything in this world you touch, land you step on, belong to you.
Right.
And even Esau plays on that. You can do whatever, have whatever. Everything is based on you. But we as Israelites understand a word called predestination. Right? Your life is already set, including the pitfalls, the setbacks. It's already written. And it's going to play out whether you show up to the game or not. Right? So just think about this. You at a basketball game, and there's only one team on the court. And they running up and down the court. And you saying, how is these dudes playing a full court basketball game with only one team on the court?
Right.
Because the other team didn't show up to play. Now, they can easily say they didn't show up, that's a forfeit. Well, the Lord don't work like that. You don't get the forfeit, not show up, and the credit just go over there. And the game keep going. Whether you there or not, the game is going to keep going. And even though you ain't on that court, you're going to get called for technical fouls.
Yeah.
You're going to get called for traveling, okay, unsportsmanlike conduct. All of the calls that can get you penalized are still going to land on your head.
But that's the same equivalent. Like, your demons, the demons that's working on you can even go take a break, and they'll leave it to your own demise, man. Right? They'll leave you to your own demise because now we don't even got to bother him like that no more. We got him right where we want him.
Right.
Right. He's on timeout, but you still playing while there's a timeout. You don't get no timeout. You do not get no timeouts. So you still have a role to play, whether things are working out up in your favor or not working out up in your favor. And that's something that needs to be learned. When things are down bad, you don't throw away the Lord or throw away the morals and values that are on you because of the Most High God's word at all. That's the equivalent to selling your soul, honestly.
And you can't sell that because it ain't yours.
Exactly.
And there's no price on that. If it was a price on it, then you'd be able to buy your way out of death.
Right.
Lord, I got 50 million. Can I live another 200? No, you can't. But that's in the spirit because you literally just damn near verbatim what was next coming.
No,
That's in the spirit all day long. Let's get Matthew 15:11 and Matthew 12:36 and Jeremiah 4:22 in that order.
Matthew 15.
Yeah, and 11. Because we talking about that deception by what that inner demon allow you to perceive in front of you, right? The interpretation of the physical world around you. And if we had to go by that, then that demon is telling you that, the alphabet, 5 city revivals, as I call them. Okay. Your alphabet gang from the left-hand side. Okay. The BTGQ. They're going to tell you by perception that that's righteousness, right? Because they've made it acceptable. Something that just because it's acceptable don't mean it's right. We're talking morally right? They're going to tell you that pedophiling kids, because they changed the name of it and says adolescent attractiveness or whatever that word is they called it. They just passed the law. They tried to change the new names.
That definition, Salakia. You said the what?
Yeah.
Adolescent attractiveness.
Yeah, it's like
Wow.
they saying.
Wow.
I'm probably saying it wrong, but what they saying is that some 50-year-old man has a mental deficiency that makes him attracted to younger children, and that's not his fault, but it's acceptable.
So who fault is it if they saying that, right?
That's
they,
bro.
they
I'm
trying
gonna
to,
say it. You calling the Lord
exactly.
flawed
Yeah.
in His design? Oh, we're just gonna chalk that up as a flawed design in the Lord when He created you.
Yeah, but you could do it anyway.
Yeah, because in our world, we ain't gonna punish you. Well, the Lord said, damn it, He is. And that's the thing. They're living in the right now. Y'all in your precept in second Esdras, I believe it is, where it say that they'll know it by death and pain, right?
Right.
Second
Esdras,
Second Esdras, right? Yeah. See, they not thinking about that. The only death they fearing is this reality, losing their damn worldly possessions. And this is what that inner spirit plays on. And this is what Esau displays in his kingdom to kind of butter up that demon inside of you to make you feel like that.
Right.
I can sleep with as many women as I want to. So much to the point that the woman herself has lost her own moral value and integrity when it comes down to demanding you be accountable for her and that child. Now she's running around, her demon inside of her is manipulating her into thinking that we don't need that Negro anyway.
Right.
I'd rather be with the side guy. Well, technically by default, if you got a man and you call yourself having a side dude and you choose the side dude over the man, wouldn't that by default make your man become the side dude and your side dude your main man? Think about that.
Yeah.
You just swap titles.
Yeah, you just switched it around.
That's delusional. You don't want a relationship, but you in a relationship with the side guy, treating him like he's the main dude, while your main dude is at home being treated like the side guy.
That's not confusion. I don't know what it.
At one of the highest levels of
Should
it.
have put her whole life in the blender.
Right. But this is how that spirit deals with us, right? And what does Romans tell us in 1:26? It talks about the man giving up, burning. 25, burning in his lust. All right.
Vile affection.
It's just because what did the Greeks say? It was just all sex. And it didn't matter how or where it came from because it was about the pleasure that derived from it. That's self and instant gratification.
That's what the Greeks say.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I was doing research on Alexander the Great. You know what they said? You know what these scholars say? Nothing can overthrow Alexander the Great but the thighs of his generals.
Yeah, I wonder what that means.
You know what that means.
Yeah, I wonder.
That was his weakness,
man. His generals.
That was his weakness, man.
He in the Diddy party out.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
That's crazy.
All right. So the that was Matthew 15:11.
Con.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 15, and verse number 11. Not that which goeth into the mouth defiles a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, this defileth the man.
Because we're talking about the deception by perception. What you think being transcended into actual actions, be they verbal or physical. Now, are they of righteousness or are they of wickedness? Determines whether you're being defiled or not. Right? So that was what the whole few seconds of what was about. You morally decoding that, figuring out, is my actions unto salvation or is they unto damnation? But if you have to go off of the world that you live in, there is nothing righteous about this world. So as Israelites, we live in a bubble, right? And every now and then, some of our people like to jump outside the bubble and come back into the bubble. You think about the garden when he told Adam and Eve not to eat from the knowledge of these wicked Negroes over there. right? But that inner demon, who they called the serpent,
Right.
oh man, you go over there. You laughing, you know. That's why I told y'all Eve was the serpent, man. She defiled her damn self in that damn garden. Eve was the serpent, man. Her inner enemy convinced her that she can go over there and talk to Jake now, man. She went over there and talked to Jake now and got bugged out. Came back and she appealed to the inner enemy of Adam.
Damn.
That's a breakdown. That's a breakdown.
And they both lost their place in the kingdom, man. Of that time, which was the Garden of Eden, which I believe was the kingdom. They lost it.
God.
They lost their spot. You know what I'm saying?
Genesis 3:16.
They got cast down, man. And I ain't trying to make up no new David. Damn, they're making a new doctrine.
Right.
You clearly don't understand Genesis.
You're
Then,
gonna hear
man.
brother. You're gonna hear brother. Yeah. He was the serpent. Right?
We're talking about the serpent is just a depiction of a deceiver, man.
Right.
We just talking about that inner demon that lives within all of us dormant.
The serpent talked to Eve,
I
and
mean,
the spirit on her
right.
was like, "Yeah, you're right. It do look good."
Let's end this lesson.
Yeah.
We ain't even scratched the surface of this lesson,
Yo.
man. They're gonna be talking
We're gonna get a part
Right.
Be prepared.
Look, we talking to those who know the law, man.
Right.
Quote Brother
God.
Paul, man. We talking to those who know the law right now.
Know the law, man.
If this is too high for your knowledge and understanding, do not bless a blood vessel, man.
Right.
Seek thee out counsel from someone more learned than you. Right? Because I get it. Some people tuned into this is still on milk. Right? We kind of slicing on a 20-ounce porterhouse steak with this right now. Right? This, hey man, eat at your own caution. All right. So read that again.
Con. That's the book of Matthew, chapter 15, and verse number 11. Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man, but that which cometh out of the mouth, which defiles this defiles a man.
Right, because we're gonna be judged. I think that's in Matthew 12.
Which one?
12 and 36.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna be judged for everything that we say, man, and everything that we do. So are you gonna make the conscious decision to examine yourself before you say things and make choices to make sure that they are of righteousness and that you're not being deceived of your own self by way of that enemy that lies within you, man? Giving you a deception by perception, laying things out in front of you and making them look like it's okay to do it. Taking advantage of the mercies of the Lord, man. Now I get it. If you have not came into the knowledge of this word, then you still under grace. You still got a time frame in which to come into this knowledge. And you better hope the Lord call you into it before he brings destruction up on this place at a large scale. You know, this place is being literally destroyed. Because then at that point, Salaki, you finish. You're going to die in your iniquity. But if you have had the blessing from the Lord, the privilege of being woken up to this truth, then you're under his mercy because you know better.
God.
Or you should know better. I'll say it that way because we got Israelites running around out here, Israelites 3, 4, 5 years, man, and they refusing to latch on to the tit. You ever seen a newborn baby that won't suck his mom's tit? She got to literally go get a machine to pump the breast milk out because the baby won't latch on. The baby, I'm inclined to believe that the baby realized that before I suck milk out of that defiled off-ass woman, I'll die.
Right.
I'm not latching on
Lord,
to
take
that
me
milk.
down.
Hey, man, I'm
The
just
baby
saying.
was in the spirit.
The baby was in the
Right.
spirit, man. My mama smoked weed. She smoked squares.
Right.
I'm not drinking that milk. Not from her. Since she got to trick the baby. You see what I'm saying? She
Right.
pump it with the breast and put it in a bottle, then the baby drink it.
He side-eyeing her the whole time.
But he refused to take it from her breast. Say, man, that's
Right.
one to grow with.
Spiritual.
That's spiritual. That's one to grow with. You know what I'm saying? So get Matthew 12.
That's the book of Matthew chapter 12 and
36,
verse number 36. But I say unto you that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give an account thereof in the day of judgment. For by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned.
That's trying the spirit out. Didn't the Lord tell you to try the spirit? Many false prophets are going out in the world. Plenty of people gonna come up talking about they got the truth, they got the word. You can't just be just taking whatever anybody tell you, and you're gonna do that if you don't know nothing.
Right.
But if you studying this word for yourself, Pastor and them can't tell you that Yahweh Shai was an Edomite.
Right.
Pastor can't tell you to give him your money. Yeah, it's time to pass the collection plate around. Yeah, I was waiting on this. I got a bag of whole kernel corn I'm finna lay up in that thing.
Right.
Okay.
Out the church.
I got some wheat, some barley. And they're gonna kick your ass out the congregation. But what is the Lord showing you? He's revealing to you the wickedness, man.
Right.
He's gonna pay for those actions because his inner demon got him chasing after the bread, man. The love of money, right, is evil. Not the money itself, the things you do for it. Because the deception by perception is, by any means, money, secure the bag. Defile your moral laws, your civil laws, your dietary laws, it don't matter. But you're going to give account for everything that you say and everything that you do. So who are you being led by in your decision making? Are you being led by the Spirit because you're doing what the scriptures say? Or are you being led by the damn Hasatan deceiver that lives within you and doing it your way, like Usher, doing it my way? All right? Get Jeremiah 4:22. If anybody want to elaborate on that,
In Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse number 22. For my people is foolish. They have not known me. They are sottish children, and they have none understanding. They are wise to do evil, but to do good, they have no knowledge.
Now focus on they have not known me. Right? Take a second and think about that. When did you know the Lord? What year was it when you actually met the Lord?
30 years old when I came in the truth.
You know what I'm saying? I was 40. It was 20, it was about, I think 2016, 2017 for me when I first met the Lord. Half my life was already over with. We got less days ahead of us than we got behind us. Right? You done lived the bulk of your life already, man. And you lived it in wickedness. We have not known the Lord, man. Read that last part again.
They are wise to do evil, but to do good.
Why? Because we have not known the Lord, we are wise to do evil and to do good. We have no knowledge. And that knowledge that we don't have is Hosea 4:6, man. We didn't have the knowledge of the Lord. Right? And the question is, do this thought stem from righteousness or wickedness, man? Because it's a time for everything. So you got to take a moment before you reply and remember, right, that we all need affirmation in our beliefs and our believed to be righteous behavior, right? Because the Lord going to judge us. But we tend to think that our behavior is right? Proverbs 4:14 and 12, I believe it is.
Yeah, wasting right into a man.
Yeah, way to seem right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. So you got to ask yourself, where are you getting these confirmations from? Where's this affirmation coming from in regards to your behavior? Because if we have not known the Lord, then that means there was no one around me to tell me that I'm breaking the dietary law. There's nobody around to tell me that I was breaking the Sabbath.
Yeah, basically correct you.
You see what I'm saying? Right. So where are you getting affirmation and confirmation on your behavior from? Because all that is, and we all want that, Because that's exhortation. We commanded to give exhortation, right? Proverbs 27:2. You see a brother moving by your perception to be mighty in the scriptures, you give him exhortation. Because brothers can't go around telling them, yeah, I'm mighty in the truth. Hey, brother, you proud as hell. And then Yahweh Shah tell you not to give credit to yourself, let somebody else do that. Because if you had to go off of your own assertiveness, hey, nigga, I'm the third under the heaven.
Hey, Salakia, there's a war going on right now for that position itself.
See, these are thoughts of men. But your thoughts are not the thoughts of the Lord. So at the end of the day, what are you weighing your actions against when it comes to the Lord confirming you? I ain't got to hear it. You ain't got to hear it. All you got to do is get in these scriptures. And if your life, your walk links up with what these scriptures say, then the Lord just affirms you.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 27, and verse number 2. Let other man praise thee. Salakia, let another man praise thee, and not thine own mouth, a stranger, and not thine own lips.
See that? A stranger. I'm this. I'm that. I'm. I thought that was the name of the Lord. Why are you study calling the name of the Lord? I am. Why are you study hollering the Lord's name, man? Shia.
Don't say it, Shia.
Right? Ahia, as they call him, right? Giving credit to yourself for what the Lord has established. No, if someone else comes and gives that affirmation or that confirmation, that's coming from the Lord. He's allowing them to speak in his stead to the works that you're doing, right? And that's why I said you're believed. So you asked me, Nadi, why you say believe? Why? Because I said because in the heat of a moment, we all been guilty of doing it, or of saying or doing something, and we spoke about this before, of saying or doing something that was best for your individual need, opposed to doing what was best or right for your nation, right? And in our self-defense is because the Psalms 83 was in effect before you came into the truth. You didn't even know you was a damn nation. Right? Romans 12:10.
Salakia, I had a quick precept on that point where he's talking about, being a witness unto yourself, right? This is John chapter 15 or John chapter 5. I'm gonna start at verse number 30, right? It says, I can of my own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of the Father which have sent me. If I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. So even Yahweh Shah said, if I make a witness of myself, what I'm saying is not true. I'm not. Yahweh Shah was not to bear witness of himself. He had others. He had many disciples, not just the main 12, but there was many disciples, right, that bear witness of everything that he was doing. And even Most High was a witness unto what Yahweh Shah was doing as well, right? So if Yahweh Shah wouldn't make himself a witness of himself, why should we do that? Why would we do that to ourselves if we're supposed to be a follower of Yahweh Shah?
And think about conversations we had in the past when we talk about your prayers syncing up with timeline of your predestination, right? That's tapping into your spiritual powers without even realizing it. Because under your own accord, you can say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then the Lord will cause something to happen and it don't happen. And now you're making excuses. Well, they didn't give me my hours, so I didn't get the extra money on my check, so I couldn't pay this. But no, brother, you told me you was going to do blah, blah, blah. You didn't think to say that I'll do this, providing this, and that happen. You affirmed it as if you knew for a fact it was in your powers to make that happen. But when the Lord looked at your predestinated timeline, what he talking about I ain't got that set up to happen for him. Yeah, go stop that. He sent one of them angels to cock block that. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. There's a shame that comes over you when you boast and brag like that, and then you're not able to deliver. That's when the demon make you make excuses. They didn't give me. So-and-so didn't. It's everybody but yours on a higher spiritual level. You're proclaiming something that you have no control over, man. So when you tap into that spiritual powers of prayer and your prayer syncs up with your predestinated timeline, those are the things that you get. Lord, increase me in the spirit of patience. He's going to look at that timeline and say, yeah, increase in patience is due to him. And you know what he's going to do? He's going to just give you the patience. He's going to have someone that can get that close to you to be a damn nuisance. Right? And you'll think that your testing of your patience is going to come from someone that's not in the truth.
Right.
No. He'll make your rib goddamn drive you up a wall. He'll cause you and one of your brothers to get into it over a damn precept debate. Y'all beefing. We done it. Argue for 6 hours only to realize we saying the same thing.
that was 8 hours. The 6 is generous.
Dude.
That was 8.
But only to realize at the end, like when he finally humbled both of y'all asses down, y'all realize we saying the same thing. But that just goes to show you, you can't be around here affirming things of your own, man. You got to lead everything with the will of the Most High, man. But we didn't do that all the time, right? Romans 12 and 10.
This is Romans chapter 12, verse 10. Be kindly affectioned one toward another with brotherly love, in honor, preferring one another.
Key subject in there is preferring one another, bro. How could I prefer Israel if I didn't even know Israel existed? You niggas is my enemies because all I see you is the nigga down the street.
Right.
All right. I see you through the lens that the heathen have portrayed for us. We enemies. He got more than me, right? We lived out of that covetousness, man. I don't like this niggas. He always got the newest Jordans before everybody. All right. He got the flies Eve.
Right. What was that? The movie Belly?
Damn, covetous.
Remember the dude that was eating the banana? He was watching.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't like that. Down that niggas.
Right.
Yeah. All the
I
time.
don't like that shit.
But that's how we get treated. We might as well be method man in the bar scene in Belly. When we go out there teaching, yeah, the Lord sent us out here, man, on his highways and byways to check you niggas in the whole nine. And they hit you with the Rico. Yeah, I don't like that. Call the police. Yeah, nigga, call the police. How many times we get threatened with that?
Right.
And we still here. Right? But we never preferred each other because we didn't know each other. We didn't know who we were. The downside is that even in the truth, knowing who we are, we still prefer the wicked of our people. Right? Didn't Paul tell us that our prayers is that all Israel be saved? We still prefer them, even though we know that it ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. 2/3 gonna die. Because from birth, 2/3 of our people were ingrained with a deceptive spirit that just embodies them in totality. They'll never get this understanding that we have. And I know brothers be like, well, just because a person, the first shall be last and the last shall be first. The Lord just didn't wake them up to the truth. Yeah, but you better believe, man, these spots is limited. So if somebody that wasn't supposed to be in this truth wake up to this truth, that means somebody that was in this truth wasn't supposed to have been in the truth and he fell out. The Lord was just using his spirit for a time because he had a specific spirit on him that had a specific duty about it to wake up other spirits. Once he woke up them spirits, the Lord had no more use of him.
Hey, Salaki, I done spoke to a lot of people, and it's always the same story. Like, how you got in the truth? Where you getting the truth? Oh, my friend so and so brought me in. And I'm like, okay, Con. I'm like, he's still here? He said, nah. He said, it was weird. Once he came in, once he brought the brother in, it's like his friend started backsliding, and the Lord got him out of the truth, out of the spirit, and then he came and replaced for him. A lot of times I heard stuff like that.
You didn't got sold,
Right.
you know?
Sawed in half. Literally.
Yeah. So it's always like what we always talk about, man. We can't get so caught up, Israel, in doing the work that we forget that the Lord is controlling every aspect. Brothers get so caught up in doing the work that you really start to put this pin in your work to where you really think that your work is the end all be all. You're just a vessel. Because even if you personally don't ever do the work again, somebody else is going to rise in your stead and do that work. This is just transfer of energy. Spirit within you has a job to do,
Right?
Not you as the physical person. And why are we talking about that? That just plays into we like with the compassion that Christ had, because he understood the spirits that lie within each one of those physical beings in front of him. Because there's nowhere in hell you're gonna get Jake to say, Ariat is gonna kill me in 3 days, and I'm gonna still sit here and eat dinner with this Negro. He knew who was gonna backdoor him.
Yeah, the whole time.
And he still sat and ate with that man. He knew who was gonna backdoor him, and he still made this man the rock of the church. And for the record, we talking Judas Iscariot and Peter. Right? He knew they was gonna backdoor him. But he knew that it was not the physical man in front of him. It was the spirit that had to do the will of the Lord for a specific prophecy to play out. So when you move in the spirit and assume that the works that you're doing are for a prophecy to play out. It's not your will. It's not your arena. You don't call no damn shots, man. Just do what the scripture tell you to do. Stop trying to rationalize it and make it make sense. We talk about the animals, right? You think a damn lion gonna apologize for eating a gazelle? Well, you know, I was hungry and he was the only thing around. No, nigga, I eat gazelles.
That's the only thing on the menu.
You see that?
Like,
That's my animal instinct. That's what I do. I'm not gonna apologize for doing what I was created to do. We're the only animal on the damn earth who does not do the law that the Lord created him to do. Every other animal on this earth is animaling according to the law, except y'all.
Hey, Salakia, think about it. The lion, the eagle, and the shark, they're the apex predators of their category.
Land, water, and air.
And air, right.
Mm-hmm.
The lion is an apex predator. It know what it is. That's why it's confident how it moves and it attacks when they gotta attack, relax when they gotta relax. Israel, we're supposed to be the apex predators of the nations. And we refuse. Like literally, we refuse to be in that position, man.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give it to everybody else.
it's like what you scared of.
Right.
You scared of the responsibility that comes with being the king of the jungle.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, because Israel's like, shit, it's too much work. And here it is, snap. But you got all the tools. You literally the right man for the job, but you refuse to do the job.
right. That's why even Christ sat back and looked at the multitude, right? Kind of shook his head, right? Like, damn, there's some work to be done.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm gonna read that real quick. That's the book of Matthew, chapter 9, and verse number 36. It says, "But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted and were scattered abroad as sheep having no shepherd. Then said he."
Elaborate on that.
So
Sheep having no shepherd.
yeah, like you moving lawlessly. That's really what that's going into. That's Numbers chapter I believe 26 and verse number 17 on down, right? Because Israel didn't have no king, right? Christ was the king is the king of Israel, of course, but it's not his kingdom, right? If it was, his people would have fought for him right then, right? And he had to understand it. But Israel was moving without a king to lead them as a nation.
So they were like sheep that had no shepherds. If you ever seen sheep, right, with no shepherd, they're all over the place. And what the shepherd got to do?
Get the shepherd dog
Right.
and round them up.
Yeah, for real. The shepherd dog. Some of them throw rocks, right, on the side of them so that they can move towards the middle, right? Kind of smacking them with the staff just a little bit to get them up in order and to move as a group. Israel was divided. So he was sitting there and he kind of shaking his head, man, because he's seeing his kingdom. He's seeing how his kingdom is moving and it's off as hell, right? So he even had to sit back and kind of shake his head. And this is what he told the brother.
Now, in defense of our people, like we said a minute ago, we don't understand that. We don't know who we really were.
Right. Astray.
Because from birth, we didn't have a shepherd.
Right.
Our parents were supposed to be that, but we had no shepherds teaching us about the law, teaching us how to serve the Lord. We became that scattered group of sheep that he had to round up.
And that's why you can't take for granted what you're able to see now. Now you sitting back shaking your head, man.
Right.
Like our people need to be up in order. Your whole mind done changed. You done renewed and rewired your whole brain.
You told that inner enemy, man, shut your ass. So you
exactly. And locked his ass in the room, man.
Hog tied his ass.
Exactly, man. So this is what the Lord further said. It said, verse 37, then saith he unto his disciples, the harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Pray ye therefore the Lord of the harvest that he will send forth laborers unto his harvest. People hating on these the so-called camps, right? Don't you know that there being camps around is actually answering the prayers of Christ and the apostles? Watch your damn mouth, man. Because 9 times out of 10, if I ask you what your nationality is and what your tribe is, I guarantee you give it give it an answer. No, I'm talking about the individualites, man. Like the camp bangers, man.
Oh yeah, they know.
I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. How you know?
They harvesters.
I read it. No, you didn't, brother.
No, you didn't.
Right? You referred to that same 12 tribes chart that you hate the camps about. You stop it, man. Once you realize that you're actually an answered prayer, you being here, doing the work, and being a harvester, that's really what it is. You're a laborer of the harvest, right?
But
See, a new camp for the pop up.
Yeah, he's
saying that we laborers of the harvest.
He choosing to be the harvest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's gonna get taken up, but you're not doing the work.
Yeah. You know,
you're not labor.
You know what that's called? Isaiah 5. Isaiah chapter 5 and verse number 2 on down. They call them wild grapes. The Lord looked for grapes and he got forth wild grapes. He didn't want them wild grapes. He wanted his grapes. You know what I'm saying? So once you realize that you being up in the truth is actually a blessing and Christ and the apostles actually prayed for you, you should take this and go 10 times harder. Because who are you as a prayer answered from the Lord, from our King, really, right? To go off, man. The Lord prayed for you. Do you know how powerful a prayer from Christ is? Didn't Christ pray for Peter? When Peter had Satan on his back and wanted him?
Yeah, Satan wanted him.
Yeah, and Satan probably would have had him if Christ didn't pray for him. If you want to really be honest, man. Didn't Christ is the same one who said
tax collector?
Yeah, I believe so.
Matthew.
No, Matthew was a tax collector.
Yeah, tax collector.
Peter was a fisherman, right?
Yeah, Peter, James, Andrew, and John. He was a fisherman.
Man. So the Lord prayed for us, and we gotta. Hey, if you out here doing the work, then Christ and the apostles actually prayed for you. So all you have to do is ask the Lord to never blow out your candle and take the spirit away from you, because it can happen. You can get soiled up in this thing.
So not choosing our nation because we didn't know them, like that could be that it could have been mistaken to be, a thought of wickedness. If to the point that he's making, like you knowing who you are, but still not choosing preferring your people. You know what I'm saying? That's a thought of wickedness. But then that inner enemy within you, he would have to supplant that. Because at that point, you're looking at your people and you're making excuses about flaws that they may have as a reason to justify why you won't yoke yourself with them. in righteousness. You rather stay unyoked to your people because you pointing out characteristic flaws and traits about them while being deceived in your own mind, like you don't suffer the same damn thing.
Right.
You're not above the curses. This is one of the things that I personally had to know when the Lord revealed it to me. Like I was guilty of that, looking at my people and not having compassion for them until it's kind of like a ton of bricks hit me like Negro.
Right.
Y'all all suffering the same curses. How dare you look at them out there struggling and act like you better than them when your ass living the same curses they live.
Right. And you can't look at them like that. The same way that you looking at them is the way that the Most High
What if he
looked at you?
Right.
But the difference between you and the Most High is that he showed you mercy. Are you merciful to your people? And this is also going in regards to the enemy is the enemy, because you have to see that you went off. You got people talking about this, the new covenant, and I'm perfect in the new covenant. I never sinned. Well, when I got converted,
I demand a recount.
Yes, they are saying that, man.
I demand a recount, nigga, because hey, we're in the new covenant. Where's my cut?
Where's our part?
Why the hell I'm still struggling?
Still waiting, right?
Something wrong with this new covenant.
Somebody lying,
right?
Right.
Somebody got to explain why I ain't got nothing.
Right.
Still looking.
Because I was promised a whole lot of stuff when they told me at first, see, if I kept the laws, then this was going to happen and this was going to happen, and I ain't seen and got nothing yet.
Right.
To this day.
So they got to keep this precept up in their arsenal, man. Titus chapter 3 and verse number 3. For we ourselves also were sometimes foolish, disobedient, deceived, serving diverse lusts and pleasures, living in malice and envy, hateful and hating one another. You used to be just like that, man. If not, you still working on killing off that damn demon. You die daily. You kill the flesh daily. And if you not, man, well, you kind of, hey, let me just get up underneath your shadow just to heal myself.
Really gag him and bury him under the floorboard, because you're never gonna get rid of him.
Show me your Peter powers, man. All right, we got brothers with back and knee problems. Go ahead and heal them.
Right.
Man, where's your white hairs at? You know what I'm saying? Since you Christ and you hey, surely you done transfigurated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, why
surely you have transfigurated.
Right.
Why we like, what you still doing down here?
Right.
Exactly.
We need help.
Shouldn't you be in the third?
Like, come on, man. You perfect, but you need an oil change. Like, come on, man. You 30,000 miles over your oil change.
No, you smell that burnt oil.
Though. Like, for real, man.
No.
You know you feel that drag on the car when you pressing the pedal, man.
But you perfect.
But you perfect, man.
See, that's the wicked thought, man, from inception to deployment. From the moment you conceive that thought, that small window of decision making that says do it or don't do it, right? You gauge in the righteous effects versus the wicked effects. So depending on which world you living in, most of the time our people are going to choose that right now, that fleshly gratification, which is shrouded in Esau's kingdom. And it's more than likely going to have you not preferring your people, bad mouthing them, doing whatever, stepping all over them, taking advantage of them.
Think you better than them?
Yeah. Because if you take that thought and you see it from the righteous side, then you're going to figure out, how can I be a help to my people, right? What can I do to try to lighten that load, right? Bear some of that burden with them. And maybe you see it as a self-defense, you know what I'm saying, of self-preservation, of your integrity, depending on what it is that demon got you thinking when you riding high on your hog, you mightier and you better than them, right? You think about some of these elders, the level that they've ascended to. Nigga, I got to call and make an appointment to talk to you. See, this is what makes our elders one of the most sought after elders in Israel. Because even at the highest level that he functions and operates in, damn near anybody can get in touch with him.
Yeah.
You ain't got to go through all these buffers and all these damn extra padded room with key lock codes and passwords and deciphering damn riddles and puddles for the wall to slide back, door to open, and you go down some stairs, make a left turn, press a button, stick your finger through this little thing. Like, you don't have to go through all that to talk to them.
Right.
where some of these elders then ascended to that level where they done made it impossible for you to obtain the knowledge. Didn't Sirach, think it's 4 and 6, say, get thee the love of the congregation? Why are they running from the love of the congregation? Because some of them is sitting up there at that high level and they wicked as hell, man. So maybe it's disguised as self-defense or self-preservation, or and they feel like they justified for doing it. And their excuse would be 2 Thessalonians 1 and 6. It's a righteous thing to recompense those who trouble. So what you telling me is that I'm troubling you by calling on you for answers? I used to be guilty of that thought, brother. I ain't got time to be answering everybody else's damn questions. I'm trying to learn the truth myself. But the Lord has blessed you with a certain amount of wisdom and knowledge and understanding that others don't have. It goes back to that somebody got to go through it first thing. You went through it already, and there's going to be a bunch of people that's going to come behind you that need that knowledge that you have. You may not see yourself at that level, you know what I'm saying, to be worthy of people coming after you for the knowledge, but it ain't about what you think. It's about how the Lord view you. When the Lord searched your reins and he found inside of you a righteousness of sincerity to want to teach and care for your people, then he's going to have those people's spirits gravitate to you to get that wisdom and get that knowledge. Right? And you can't be damn running and hiding with it, man.
Right.
Hey, Salakia, think about it like this. If, let's say you got two people, let's say one that been a carpenter for 30 years and one that was a carpenter for 1 year. If you ask a person, who would you want to get knowledge from, who you want to learn from? Majority of people is going to pick the person that's a carpenter for 30 years because the experience they can get from them, the details, things they had to go through up and down in life and all that.
And that's righteous.
Yeah. That's wisdom, right? So imagine that carpenter now is a person that used to be in the gang for 30 years, right? So he know all the ins and outs when it comes to gang, when it comes to politics, when it comes to putting your life on the line, when it comes to the weapons, when it comes to the meetings and everything. And now you got a person that used to be a gang member, he's leaving that lifestyle, and now he want to come into the truth. So who is that person going to most likely listen to? The person that was a gangster, but now teaching the Lord's commandments of God, or the person that just came in, don't know what the hell is going on?
Oh, it's the rich man, poor man.
Right. But the thing with the rich man, poor man parable, it could also tie into the spirit. You could be rich in the spirit, you could be poor in the spirit. But rich in the flesh and poor in the flesh.
I would say the 30 year because that would be righteous, right?
Yeah.
But a wicked Negro, he's gonna go after the gang member converter.
Right.
Why? Because he ain't as fully established, and I'm really on BS. So with him, I probably can finesse and finagle and work my twist. He don't know enough to hold me fully accountable yet. This 30-year-old cat, he done seen it all. He know all the ins, outs, all the little tricks and everything that I may try to pull to finesse my way through this. And he ain't gonna allow that to happen.
You can see it coming.
No.
Now, the reason why I brought that, because like you was talking about with your point, a lot of times the Lord put you through a path and situation, experiences in your life. So later on, when you get that wisdom, you're able to apply that to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even know. You might be tapping into a resource the Lord have set up specifically only for you. Only you able to reach these specific type of people because you know everything about the lifestyle that they're living in and coming out of. But let somebody else, dude that just been a plumber, a dude that's only a plumber for 30 years, he's not going to talk about the information about a dude that was a gangster for 30 years. He don't understand it. So the people ain't going to be looking for the dude that's a plumber for the edification and the lifestyle they're in. They're going to be looking for the gangster that's now an Israelite because he got the edification pertaining to that information, wisdom. But now the dude, people that's looking for the carpentry, plumber, they're going to go to the one that's been a plumber for 30 years. See what I'm saying? So the Lord got groups set up for everybody to edify specifically.
So you got to make your decisions, man, unto the edification of Israel. And once again, where does that confirmation come from? Are you referring to the text in its truth and in its authenticity? Or are you, reading the text and drawing your own conclusions, leaning onto your own understandings and putting that into action? Right? Maybe you were sheltered as a kid growing up. People lied to you your whole life, made you think the world evolved around you. You felt like you were justified for tail bearing and backbiting, and because what we were taught as kids, get your lick back.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But when you come into this truth, Lord, hey, ain't no get your lick back. I'll get your lick back. If you keep doing what I tell you to do, I'm gonna punish them for you. And it's gonna be worse than what they did to you.
Right.
And I'm gonna prepare that table in front of you so you'll see their destruction. You know what? I'm gonna take it even a step further. You know when we was kids and we used to be getting ready. Well, I don't know, I might be going too far back for y'all. We used to get ready to fight.
Yeah.
And the instigator would be like, first one hit my hand bad. So I'll put my hand out and you and him get ready to fight, and the bar hit my hand first, then I hit you. And be like, ooh, he hit you. Now he didn't just physically hit you. I did, but this is how they instigated. You know what I'm saying? So you get your lick back. Well, the Lord said you ain't got to chase after getting your lick back. He'll literally prepare the table. But he said, you know what? I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to use your hands to beat the hell out of them with. It don't get no better than first. That's what is it? Second Thessalonians 1:6 than that.
Right.
I'm not only gonna get your lick back when the time is right. Ecclesiastes 3:1 is the time for everything. When that time comes, I'm gonna make sure it's your hands that we're gonna jammy him up with.
Right. Recompense.
Right. We're gonna get some liquid assets up out of him. Hey man, we waiting on that. This is the patience of the saints. But see, this is the thoughts of someone that's allowing his thought process to come from the Lord versus the inner enemy. The inner enemy is gonna get Leviticus 19. That 16 through 18. That's some of that right there.
Jake might think that, hey, I'll go get my lick back when I want to. Right? When the Most High said, when the Most High told you that, hey, I'm gonna go get your lick back for you, right? And I might even use your hands to do it. But then on the flip side, the Most High threatened him. Right? I believe that's right, the 28th chapter. He was like, wait, let's read that actually. Let me not.
Which if you like kind of celebrate in their destruction,
if you go ahead and try to go and get the vengeance, right? Not on the sense of the Most High using you for it, but you trying to do it according to your own will.
Right. That's that. Yeah. Right. Wickedly getting after that. Yeah.
So it's always a flip side to it. It's always a balance. Right, this side, right, chapter 28 and verse number 1. He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. So a man might, because we know that the Most High, we're the battle axe of the Most High. The Most High gonna use us to get the vengeance back anyway, right? So when reading this, right, we have to have the understanding and say, hey, we can't do it according to our own will. I'm gonna go out and do what I want to do. How I go get it back and all that. We can't go like that. We got to go according to how the Most High told us to go.
Especially not against the children of your own people.
Exactly.
That's mainly what chiefly what that's going into.
But we was talking to somebody one time, though. I can't remember who we was talking to. It was a situation, and we was kind of expounding on that, trying to get them to understand that when it comes to that revenge, if that revenge hands you over to a punishment, ain't that like a double L?
Damn.
I got punched in the damn eye, and then I go to get my revenge, and then I get caught getting my revenge, and I get a second punishment.
That's like getting suspended from school for defending yourself.
Right.
Because they didn't see them hit you. They just saw you get defending yourself. So it looked like you was the attacker.
Right.
Mad as hell.
If your actions does not give way to you to total exoneration and the gratification of getting said lick back without a punishment behind it, hey man, there ain't no need of dealing with that. Just let it go.
That's why, in regards to your own people, when you read Romans chapter 12 and verse number 20, it tells you how to get that lick back. Basically, go ahead and feed your enemy. Man.
See,
then that's talking about the enemies of your own people.
Feed
him when he's hungry. Right? That's heaping coals upon his own head, man.
That's you stand blameless.
Exactly. That's the best revenge, man. Right? Kill him with kindness is literal. You know what I'm saying?
I love the
It pisses
mom
them off.
and dad proverbs.
Mhm.
What do mom do when she catch y'all passing licks? I don't give a damn who threw the first lick. Beat ass time. Everybody.
Right.
Since he's saying he hit him first, you saying he hit you first, then everybody finna get it. That's the Lord's sentiment on it. If you go trying to get your lick back to your people, I'm smiting all of y'all finna get somebody. I ain't even finna go through the motion of you trying to lie to me and him telling the truth and you lying and he just back and forth. Everybody finna get it. So the wise thing would be to do is allow the Most High to get that vengeance back for you while you stay blameless. That calls upon patience. You know what I'm saying? It's a higher calling of self-control and self-discipline. Whereas that inner spirit, that demon within you, man, you a lame. You a goofy. You a moth. Man, he just viced you. You a lolly. Everybody gonna be trying to get in on you now. Like he's gonna bring your shame level to the lowest point to where you want to get your 40.
Right.
And you finna extendo him.
Brother in cottage.
I'm telling you, these them crimes that Esau be like, this was personal. Because you took such a massive blow to your ego, to your pride, that you overkilled.
Right.
Heinous in your act. We can't be acting like that towards our people, but this is that thought that the enemy within will put inside of your mind, man. And his perception to you, the deception of the perception to you would be that it would be righteous. It's justifiable. I'm defending myself.
Right.
I have a right to do so. And then here come Esau. That's right. We passed the stand your ground law. Stand your ground law and your ass gonna be right here when we catch you. That's what that means. You ain't gotta run and we ain't gotta look for you.
Right. We know exactly where you at.
You standing here and
Hands behind your back.
yeah, you smoked him tonight. I was standing my ground. Yeah, well, you gonna stand on the ground in the courtroom too. Put your hands behind your back.
Get on the ground.
You murderer.
Get your wicked ass up against
Right.
the car. Damn, two-third law-breaking ass Negro. Right? They're gonna jam you clean up, man.
Good.
And now you gotta fight and prove that your acts were righteous.
Nah.
Whereas the Lord seeing the whole thing, and you know what he's telling you? I told you to wait. What happened to Israel when they tried to run over that mountain and go to war and the Lord wasn't with them? It didn't end well for thou. Okay? So you can't allow them thoughts, man. Bring that Leviticus out, because this is the epitome of it. Like all of these things that you're about to hear in Leviticus 19, these are the things that inner spirit will antagonize you with. Kind of poke at your pride with these.
This is the book of Leviticus, chapter 19, and verse number 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
He talking about me. I'm gonna tell my side of the story and talk, but the thing is, nobody's telling what actually happened.
Right.
You're only telling the side that make you look like a damn victim. Right. And in your telling that side, you finesse it to where you look justified when you throw your evil, wicked act back at them.
Right. Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am Yahweh.
They ain't got nothing to do with me. Right? You could have stopped them people, stopped that situation from happening, but I'd rather open my phone up and film it. Got nothing to do with me.
World star.
Yeah, but you doing that in mockery.
Right.
You're not filming that because you want that other person to get caught, or you'll take that footage and you'll give it to the authorities. No, you're mocking the one that's being abused.
Right.
The one that may be overpowered and helpless in that situation. Of course, granted, we understand the Lord raised up a wicked spirit on a wicked Negro to go after someone else and punish them. Who knows what that other person done secretly thought they got away with doing. Yeah. And the Lord brought his judgment on him by way of another person stomping his ass out. But to you on the outside who don't have spiritual eyes to see with, you just see two niggas in the street fighting. You don't understand that it's a spiritual war, right? Ephesians 6:12, right? We talking about spiritual powers and high wicked and high places, man. There's a spiritual war being waged on this physical earth, and only certain of us can see that. Remember the movie we was watching, with the warrior nun chick?
Oh yeah.
She the only
Yeah.
one could see the damn actual demons that
Yeah.
got the people fighting and doing all this wild
Red
stuff.
spirit air
Right.
and all of that stuff.
Had the red little smoke cloud spirits, and that's kind of what it's like with us. We could see the spirit on them,
Right.
but to everybody else, it's just two Jakes fighting.
Okay.
Go ahead, Doc.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
You shall not hate your brother, man. Hate covers a massive demographics of points, man. Hating someone can stem from anything. You don't like the way they look. You don't like the way they talk, smell, dress, house better than yours, girl look better than yours, hair longer than yours. Like Eve and them used to be in school cutting Eve in the face because she was pretty.
Yeah, buck
Did nothing to her.
And the hell?
But what does that say about the demon on you that have you look in your bathroom mirror and you tell yourself you ugly? Damn, I'm an ugly ass nigga. It's on with everybody that look better than me.
That's wild.
Hey, this is that spirit, but what else could it be that's got you walking out your house wanting to fight people because you perceive them to look prettier than you or handsomer than you?
Hey, they throw acid now too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds real Edomitic.
But this is the hate you ain't supposed to have, man. That's just an overall high level of hate to not want to celebrate in this wicked kingdom the success of your brother or your sister in any endeavor that they have. You should see it always as a blow against the real enemy. Another notch in us overcoming this wicked society. Get behind them. Try to be a benefit or a plus to them, man, because you never know what they can show you to help you out of your situation. We're supposed to be forming a nation. Right? Each one got to teach one by being an example. Right? Go ahead.
Thou shalt not in any Salakia, thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
Hey, you can't tell me. Look, I'm grown. Okay. I got 18 kids. I'm grown. You can't tell me what to do. All right. You can't teach me about this Bible, boy. I'm 95 years old. I've been in church 45 years.
I done read this Bible from back to front. And
Right.
to
Front to back, up
inside
and
and out, and outside and in.
down. Right. Upside down too.
This is that inner demon. He's blocking you from getting growth. You see what I'm saying? Because he's subjecting his reception of that growth or that knowledge by who's giving it. I'm old enough to be your grandfather. You can't possibly teach me anything. That ain't what the Lord said. That ain't what the scriptures say. While telling me this, his whole damn beard is shaved off his face. Right? He got a Michael Jordan.
TD Jakes.
He just left out of J&J's and got him a damn 2-piece catfish with a 6-piece shrimp.
Nothing 6-piece.
But I can't tell him nothing because I'm younger than him. But this is that spirit that lies within him who has him deceived into thinking that because he's been in the church 45 years, that he know more than me. But ultimately what he's doing, he's blocking the wisdom of the Lord. He's blocking correction from him. All right? On that, 18.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people.
All right. And a grudge usually stems from you not getting your lick back. You having to eat that, right? He got over on me.
Build up.
Took advantage of me. He did me in. And yo, know what that little inner Negro inside of you is saying? Man, that Mark made us look like a goofy. And he just finessed us, man. He played us. Man, we can't let that slide. That's where the grudge starts to form at. Because you're now looking for the opportune time to get your humiliation back on him. in whatever way you can. And I know I can't beat this nigga in fighting. I'm gonna have to shoot this dude. Now you pull up, you walk him down with a 30 shot. Because that inner demon within you has built up so much of a hatred towards him for revenge that his life got to be taken. But what that demon ain't telling you when he tricked you into making that decision is that you're going to jail forever. If his homies don't come back and
get you smoke,
put you in the spiritual world with him. Now you and him sitting in the third heaven waiting room. Y'all up there fighting it out too. Nigga, I ain't supposed to be this. It's just like the bullpen. You sitting there waiting. You see Jake come walking in that bullpen. You tap your man. That go that nigga right there. But y'all finna send it up in the third heaven waiting room, huh?
I was supposed to live 20 more years.
Right.
He looking at you like, nigga, that's 5 minutes up here.
See what I'm saying?
Hey, Salaki, remember that TV show, The Boondocks?
Yeah.
Remember the episode with the grandpa and Stink Meaner? He said, yeah, you nigga. Yeah, you's up. Yeah.
He came back from the dead to
Right.
get at him.
Literally.
Wow.
Literally.
He was trying to avenge
Right.
himself. Man.
He resurrected himself just to get back at him. But the first episode,
man.
Yeah, the first episode, Stink Meaner, I think Grandpa got his behind whipped, and then his two grandsons was joking with him, Riley and him. He was like, "Man, damn, Grandpa, you got your whoop, you got beat. Damn, Grandpa, that old man dragged you. He was blind. He dragged you, and that came through the parking lot."
Walking him, man.
Yeah. So Grandpa get mad. He started to get built up, and he's like, "Man, I wasn't gonna do nothing, man.
Get his lick back now.
Get my lick. I got to get this mo-"
Yeah, now he gotta get his lick back.
And what happened? He got his behind beat again.
Right again.
Well,
because at the end of the day, if you see it from a spiritual standpoint, when calamity fall upon you, that's a judgment. Okay, a trial is not going to destroy you. The Lord is not going to put you through trials and tribulations to destroy you.
Right.
So if you find yourself going through calamities and oh man, I'm just trials and tribulations, you'll get over it. No, the hell you won't. You're being judged. It's a difference.
You know the difference.
You need to know the difference. Judgments destroy you. They kill you. Death does not always come in the form of you physically giving up the ghost. Didn't he tell us that we had to kill off the old man? And did I literally go and kill myself to be in this truth?
That's suicide.
Physically? No, I'm still here.
Right.
That's spiritually. Right? That's figuratively meaning killing yourself off. You don't actually go and kill yourself. You change. Meaning you put an end to that damn demon, that inner enemy, from ruling over you. Go ahead, Al.
You know, don't, sometimes Jakey even try to become proud, kind of puffed up when it goes into, him going through calamities, but he thinking it's a trial and tribulation. All right. He'll be like, man, I'll go through it, and this ain't nothing. I'm finna make it out. I've been through this before. I got this. Whole time, the most I put this in front of you just to destroy you. Because that calamity, he trying to teach you a lesson, but at the same time, you becoming proud and puffed up.
So lock it. Yeah. What you just say? You said he said this ain't nothing. So the Lord thinking at that moment, like, hold up, nigga, I just put you through it last month. You gonna not, and I got to put you in it again, and you gonna tell me this ain't nothing? You been through it before? You gonna turn for the night? Now you
finna turn up. That's what the Lord talking about.
Who was talking like that on Sunday night, and then that next week, the nigga his damn leg had a scooter.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
The Lord had somebody come through and shoot it up and popped his ass.
Right after we turned the camera on. The Lord is almost like, oh, you ain't learned your lesson the last time. Right. So now I got to turn the heat up. That's because you're not seeing the way to escape. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? 1 Corinthians 10 and verse number 13. Yeah. Right? The way to escape 9 times out of 10 is humility.
9 times out of 10. That's the way to escape your temptations and
You can't.
calamities. You can't do that without acknowledging it, though, and acknowledging the problem. Right.
Or with your damn demon teamed up with your homies and them demon, man. Them kind of peer pressuring your demon. Like
that's a tag team wrestling match, man.
They demons telling your demons, man, you going soft. If I was ruling over that nigga, boy, I'd have had him do this and do, man. You just gonna let him sit there and not move and react to that?
It's always people like that too. All right. If I was in that situation, well, you're not, brother.
Exactly.
All right. It's always somebody like that.
And you could say that now, but find yourself in that situation and do that.
And you getting ready to, and you getting ready to try to meet your maker early. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't put into consideration if it was you.
Right. Hey, remember that movie, Black Hawk Down? The dude I was talking crap.
Blackbird.
I think it was Black Hawk.
Oh, the one who was talking about he ain't gonna put the vest on.
Yeah,
right.
The one talking about I've been waiting, boy. Y'all lucky, man. I ain't going that bad. I've been waiting, boy.
They ain't lucky they ain't put me in.
Right.
I said, today your lucky day. you going in because my arm. He said, wait a minute, you sure about this?
Hold on, bro.
You know, I just been making coffee.
Nah, hold on. You said it say nothing.
Yeah,
that's what you said.
Yeah, well, okay, going in.
Yeah,
straight up.
Know that.
Which takes us into the next point, man. We need Matthew 15:9, Mark 7:7, right? Because if that's the case, then it's almost as if, you know what I'm saying, you ain't suffered the curses enough from Deuteronomy, right? You haven't suffered the curses enough before coming into this truth. So as the rules, regulations, and obligations of being in it, of what it takes to be in this truth, it becomes burdensome to you. It becomes grievous to you. The Lord say that his law, keeping his laws, is not grievous, but to you not wanting to exonerate yourself from the wickedness of your spirit that's ruling over you, it seems grievous. It seems like it's hard. It's a burden on you because you want to be in that wickedness. Like, scriptures say, man, the spirit and the flesh are both weak. They both willing to follow after each other, paraphrasing it. But whichever one that you've been feeding the most has the most influence. So it's hard when you come into this truth and you've been living all these years in wickedness, and now you got to find out. We say, eat this scroll, and it was bitterness to my stomach. Right? That's kind of
3. I think that's Ezekiel 3, ain't right?
Yeah, Ezekiel 3. Yeah.
That's kind of how it is. So like, you know what I'm saying? But so secretly, you still living inside of that bubble of security from that wicked world. Because just like these scriptures put a bubble of protection around us, when you living in wickedness, Satan got a bubble around you too. The only problem is he can't penetrate the bubble of the Lord without permission. But the Lord can penetrate his little protection he think he got around you whenever he want to. No, but if that bubble is threatened, that security is threatened in any type of way, you know what I'm saying? You go into this reactionary mode without thinking. That's why when we confront Jake and them on the streets in such a harsh way through the scriptures, they perceive it to be harsh. Think about like what Tyreek and them used to be like. They want to fight us and throw bottles at us and all that. Tomorrow, that's all why y'all only talking about death.
Right.
Because them scriptures, it woke up a fear inside of them.
Right.
They couldn't acknowledge that, but we ain't never heard these Bible verses talking about all this death. It's scary. So naturally, they went dead into their reactionary world mode of being threatened by the scriptures and death from the Lord, that they tried to take violence out on us. Right? Bring it out, Doc.
This is Matthew chapter 15 and verse number 8. You said 8, right?
Nah.
Verse 9. But in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
Right? Because that's what we've been subjected to our whole life. We grew up in the churches, Christian, Baptists, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Catholics, right? Talking about how we love the Lord and I got a personal relationship with the Lord, this, that, and the third, but never diving into the book on our own to understand that what love really is according to the Lord.
Right.
Because while we're hollering that I love the Lord, you defiling your temple. You're breaking his dietary law. The pastor, him damn self, is sitting there breaking the moral law. He's sleeping with other men's wives. Him and the deacon.
And the kids. And the kids.
And if you're Catholic, you pedophiling the kids.
Right.
Damn shame you gotta put sexual deviousness in categories like that. That's crazy. But this is what they doing. Because they don't know love according to the Most High. We didn't anyway.
Right.
And of course, coming into that knowledge, it turned your whole world and your life upside down. It became bitter. Because at that very moment, that demon that's been ruling over you, he just got thrust through. You know, it's the bully syndrome, man.
Right.
He whooping and bullying everything until finally he get his ass punched and have to take a hit. Like I think it was Mike Tyson said that everybody a beastly get in the ring
Get hit.
Right.
and get hit.
Let's see his own blood.
Yeah. You've been so used to doing all of the whooping ass that finally you caught one. You see what that pain feel like, you humble down immediately. Right? Bring it out.
This is Mark chapter 7 and verse number 7. Howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
Right? Saying the same thing. Why? Because repetition of sin forms bad habits.
Right.
So from a child to an adult, right before you came into this truth, every bad habit that you had came from repetition, be it of your own self or the environment that you were in. Watching your parents, watching your neighbors. You had them unruly friends at school who parents probably didn't give a damn about them, so you was learning bad ways from them, coming home trying to copy it, knowing that your mama was going to beat ass. But you had to test the water and see if you can get away with it. All right? So this brings us to the demon that we talking about that's been with us from birth, right? The inception. No, what's that movie?
What, Nefarious?
Nefarious.
Yeah.
Like I suggest you go watch the movie Nefarious, man. That demon literally taps into this lesson. Right? Because we know that this earth is given into the hands of the wicked.
All right.
But even those wicked, we see them in a physical form, but you don't understand that those wicked that this earth was given into were wicked spirits. Evil spirits that were created for death, created for destruction. All right? It's so, I'm going to just say it. We all were born with demons, right, following us. That's why we needed angels to watch over us. But the problem is that the angels have limited access to get involved in our lives unless they're instructed by the Most High to. Right? We even see that depicted in the movie, the Gods of Egypt. But what was the one we was watching where he told them don't go down there and help the humans while they was getting their ass whooped? And he went down there anyway. He lost his angelic abilities. All white and gold on. Right? They're not allowed to get involved unless commanded to by the Most High. But the demons, being that this is their earth, right? Job 9:24, this is their dominion. They got home court advantage, man. Ain't no damn referees down here for them. You know what I'm saying? Well, the referees on their side.
They are
right. The damn government, the police,
right.
The Congress, and all these people passing the laws. This is the spiritual wickedness in high places. Them the referees.
Right.
You run a red light, tech. And he was traveling. Right? Ran the stop sign as the travel.
Right. Literally.
You know what I'm saying? So these demons down here, the game is rigged against us, right? But the Bible teaches us how to play this game.
Right.
And win it, even though it's rigged up against us, right? But you gotta respect the authority in order to do it, right? The game is rigged against us, and I'm saying, but the Lord shows us how to play this game and win it. But the power of influence has taken hold of us from birth in the form of many strongholds, right? Hence Ephesians 6:12. Them strongholds get them power over the inner you. Right? Because once again, There's your physical you, the one that people see every day. And then there's a spirit that is counter to that flesh. But then you also, you have the spirit that lives within you that has a duality to it. But we're not speaking about the one that moves, the spirit of you that moves in righteousness. We're talking about the one that moves in wickedness. Right? And that joint has been that it's been fed since birth. This thing is a behemoth, man. How long do you think that them spirits dwelt with Legion for him to become a Legion? Because in the physical sense, he was just one man hiding in the cliffs, in the mountains, right? Cutting himself with rocks. You know how sharpen rock, cut yourself with a rock? Right. They chain this man up, man, and he breaking the chains. Easily. How long did those spirits reside in him before him become a Legion? Is a squad of what, 5,000, 6,000? I can't even think of 5,000 or 6,000 behavioral patterns or thought processes that can be categorized as individual, right? 6,000 mindsets dwelling inside of this one person. You can't tell me that he just woke up one morning with them. Them spirits been dealing with him they came from over in the afterlife with them, in the past life. He came into a new regeneration, and his spirits was regenerated with him.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy.
Born with spirits.
Born with him.
Look, man, it be starting off with one spirit. You know what I'm saying? Matthew chapter 12 and verse number 45 on down, or 43 on down, right? And he probably tried to clean house, try to get that spirit off. He relapsed, and that damn demon came in and got to recruiting. That's what happened.
And you don't know how many each one of them had with them.
Right.
And what they had with them and with them. It's a damn
family
Ponzi scheme, family tree root thing.
Right.
Yeah. Because we always focus on the one demon. But that demon got a lineage. It comes from somewhere.
He got homies, man.
And he got homies, man. Damn second family.
Married into the family
and cousins.
You see what I'm saying? And everybody got demons with them.
Right.
This is why the Lord tell you to expel them demons from amongst you. Because you looking at the one spirit that you recognize, but you don't understand how many other spirits may be attached to that spirit. And so what? That one spirit that y'all recognize can't do nothing to y'all. Who's to say some of them other spirits that you don't see behind him may tap right into something you're struggling with?
Gateway.
A gateway. Now, the Dracula movies always say the vampire can't come into your house unless you invite him in. Yep. Well, these damn demons can't get in unless you let them in.
Yep. What about poltergeist movies, man?
Yeah.
Right? You over there calling the great granny and whatnot, and you invited something bigger in. That the whoop granny ass, man.
And you know that they go after the kids too.
Yeah.
The original poltergeist started with a little kid. Because you're naive, you're easily impressionable.
They saying them, open the door, Johnny. You know,
playing like they the dead father or a mother or a grandparent or somebody that they had love for. And they pretend and show themselves to them and the image of that person.
And then it turns into, don't do that. They'll get mad. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Like, dang.
Once again, the movie Nefarious.
Yeah, that's a powerful.
That's what he talking about, how you don't even know from the time you were born. We right there in the hospital waiting room, waiting on your ass. As soon as you come out, we jump in, bam. Yeah. And we raise you. Everything you've ever done in your life that was contrary to righteousness, we done it.
And there's a show called Supernatural, man. One of my favorite shows, man. All right. Going in on probably like season 5, season 6, man. Right? Sam, right? The younger brother, he found out that every single friend that he had, his best friend that introduced him to his girlfriend that got killed by a demon, they all were demons, man.
See that? Mm-hmm. All connected.
8th grade teacher, all of that, man.
Kind of picking up where the last demon left off at in different intervals in your life, trying to complete the mission.
And you know what they told him? They told him, I didn't make you do any of this. I just gave you the option, and you chose my side every
Con.
single time.
See?
And Salaki, a quick thing. The thing with Sam and Dean is a hell of a show, Supernatural. I think got like 19 seasons, right?
15.
15?
Correct.
Yeah. Sam, he didn't know he was the vessel of Lucifer.
Yeah.
The whole time.
Mhm.
He didn't know. But the people around him knew. So
Right.
what they did, they literally directed his steps and paths to have him go for things in wickedness.
Right.
So he's thinking he's choosing this and that, and they already gave him the option because they was pushing him towards that option, towards that route.
That's the illusion of free will, man.
Right.
You think that you had a choice, but no. There's certain
Perception by
steps.
perception.
Yeah.
Predestination.
The deception of perception.
So what happened later on, he got built up to the point, his vessel, he was the vessel of Lucifer. He didn't know it until he met Lucifer. And Lucifer was caged, and Lucifer was telling him, I was waiting for you to show up. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about?
So he can inhabit them.
Yeah, so he can have
He
it.
had to build them up.
Yeah,
and
he had to
strengthen
build them up,
enough to hold
exactly.
his spiritual energy.
Right.
Well, that's how we supposed to be moving in the spirit of
Exactly.
righteousness.
On the
building
right-hand
yourself up to be able to uphold the spirit of the Lord to
Right.
inhabit you.
God.
And then on the other hand, you know, you
Damn,
got,
that's this lesson
Yeah,
all day,
stupid.
bro.
on the other hand, you got Dean, man.
Yes,
Dean was the vessel for Michael,
for Michael. Yeah.
right? Two brothers, two different destinies, man.
Jacob and Esau. By the spirit.
Basically, right? Basically, man. Right? Build him up. You know, he was rebellious, but he had to fold to the angels at the end of the day, man. An angel became his best friend, man.
God, Castiel.
You know, you didn't have no choice in the matter. Sam eventually he got up in order and he started working with them, man. You know, he started working with his brother and the angel.
So that goes right into it, man. Like some people gonna die and never come into this truth, into this knowledge. You know, subsequently they're gonna die in their iniquity. Right? In Ecclesiastes 8 and 8. All right. You know, ready to call Allah, y'all watch him, y'all sure. You know what I'm saying? We came into this knowledge and we're given a chance to live eternal life, right? Knowing that 2/3 of our people still not gonna make it. You know, they're not gonna get this knowledge because predestination is death, right? So yeah, I think about being called into this truth from birth because he told us that before he formed us in our mother's wombs, he knew us. Now what? Like we already had a calling on our life to serve the Most High, but we missed that calling. So the Lord had enough mercy and grace for you to allow you to go through everything that you went through from a child on up, because he knew that you weren't surrounded by people that were going to lead you and teach you. But throughout your life, you saw certain things happening, and as the Lord gave you the spirit to understand, certain things resonated with you. And the church, even though it was moving us away from the Lord's laws, it still gave you a root knowledge that he existed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They just wasn't teaching us how he operated and what was required of us. And it's that root that most of us was set on our journey to obtain a higher knowledge and understanding of the Lord, thus leading us over to becoming Muslims and damn Buddhists and, you know, all these different denominations of madness, you know what I'm saying, is out there because your spirit was trying to find its way home.
Right.
Ultimately. And the mercy from the Lord is that he found a moment in your life where he said, okay, as our thing, it tapped back in. It tapped in. Right? It tapped in. And you was able to recognize it. Not maybe because of what was going on in your life, but because it was always there. But it was being blocked. It was being had a veil pulled over it, so you couldn't tell what it was at the time. So it's just a mercy in that alone, right? Bring it out.
That's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 8 and verse number 8. There is no man that has power over the spirit to retain the spirit, neither has he the power of the day of death. And there is no discharge in that war, neither shall wickedness deliver those that are given to it.
Man, you ain't enough violence and tough guidance you're gonna do that's gonna stop you from dying.
It ain't enough baby oil in the world for Diddy to get up out of this situation. Right.
But it's speaking to that war that we talking about. the crazy thing about this war that we talking about from the enemy, like we call that supplanters, right?
Mm.
When you go behind enemy line or a double agent, right? Espionage is what we're talking about. There's an espionage going on with our spirit, okay? Because we have an enemy living within our home, within our temple. Thing is, we don't know that he's there as an enemy. Because the role that he plays, you've been deceived into thinking that that is your free will to make these choices to do these things. And when you made these choices to do these things, and they all are of wickedness, okay? Nothing good come from it. When you made these choices, you thought you were making these choices out of a necessity for yourself, as a benefit to yourself. Right? That's why this being like that war, you can't win it if you don't know you're in the war.
Right.
You can't fight the damn enemy if you don't know who the enemy is. Right? I'm inclined to believe that some people understand that and they become bugged the hell out because they understand the duality, but they can't break the stronghold. And it bugs them out.
Yeah, they don't feel they're strong enough. It's like breaking a habit or like breaking a pattern. You know, they got this saying, I think it's like what, 7, what is it? Is it 21 days or something to break a pattern or a habit?
Yeah. And you should be free from it.
Right. So they see that number 21, they're like, shit, hell no, that's too damn much. Yeah, to hell with it.
21 days without the blunt?
Right.
Oh no.
They start spazzing and they go.
But I got problems, huh?
Right.
Y'all don't understand, man. That's the first thing that they say. Y'all don't understand, man.
But you see the deception in that?
Right.
Take a scenario like this. Here's a brother or sister, right? Smoke, and let's boost up weed smoking to the highest extreme.
Galaxy
right?
joint.
They smoking weed, right? Got a hell of a habit with it.
Right.
That they like Master P says, we have it so close to snorting powder.
Jeez.
Okay, he damn near crackhead the way he smoke weed. Can't break the habit. But yes, let's say he ends up going to jail. And he sit in jail for 24 months, 2 years he in jail. And in jail, you ain't had a drop or a lick of marijuana in your system. That's not by choice, right? Because you can't get, you can, but where you at, you ain't plugged enough to get it. So you went 24 months, cold turkey, mind you. They wasn't in jail giving you weed paraphernalia substitutes to wing you off of it. Your ass went cold turkey for 2 years. Do you know what the mindset of Jake is?
As soon as I
can't
out,
wait to get out and smoke a blunt.
Right.
Yeah, thing.
You mean to tell me you forego all the time you had to reflect on your life, the error in your life, and all you could think about after doing 2 years in jail is getting out, smoking a blunt and a cigarette?
He gonna say, bro, but I'm free now. He not gonna give a damn about the consequences of his actions that landed him up in
Say that again. Let's say what you just said.
He not gonna give a damn about the consequences that landed him in that situation, man.
He gonna say, I'm free now.
He gonna say, I'm free.
Negro, you are still a prisoner.
Right.
That's the
but
delusion.
I'm not a prisoner up in there.
Yeah, but you were a prisoner to the marijuana. You're a prisoner to what you call the free world is the prison camp itself. It created the conditions that's got you smoking marijuana like the world finna end.
You already got your mind.
You self-medicating with this marijuana so that you don't have to deal with the realities of the world because you're not mentally strong enough to deal with it. And it ain't you. You have a bogus spirit on you that won't allow you to overcome everyday trials. And the Lord said, think not something strange is happening to you, man. You ain't going through nothing that somebody else ain't going through. And like Cap just said, that's the first thing they want to holler. Yo, 28 curses just like everybody else.
Right.
I know exactly what you're going through. I overcame them.
I'm your testimony. Literally.
Right.
And the Lord brought me right in front of you to be a testimony to show you if I can do it, you can do it.
Right.
Making wise the simple. Ain't that's what 3 and 19 say?
So,
I mean,
oh, so lucky. No, you was right.
Psalms?
Yeah.
Right, 3 and 19, right? All right, making wise the simple. Nigga, I was simple, just like you. But now I'm wiser because I chose not to listen to the inner enemy. And why? Because I was able to identify him through the spirit of Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai and coming into this word and his truth. I was able to discern through the scriptures that, hey, there's another part of me. And another part of me is shrouded in wickedness. And if I'm not keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments, then I'm being ruled by that wickedness. And that's default. There is no other way around that. If you're not serving the Lord, you're serving Hasatan. You deceive yourself if you want to. All right? There's a strict regimen of what it means to be a child of God, to serve God, to love God. And if you move in contrary in any wise to those, then you're not a child of God and you wicked as hell. Okay? Now, go ahead.
I brought this out yesterday regarding it. This 1 John chapter 3 and verse number 10. In this, the children of God are manifest. So the children of God are made known.
By what?
And the children of the devil. So there's the children of God and there's the children of the devil. Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of God. That's plain upon tables. Right? You're not doing the will of the Most High God. You're not of the Most High God. Right? So you will be classified as what?
A child of the devil.
So like it.
And so who created the deceptive narrative that says I can do the opposite of God and he still loves me because I'm a sinner? Shit.
You see that?
When he clearly told you that he hates your ass. You and what you're doing.
Right. They don't want to read that scripture though.
You see, so what
they black highlighted it came out.
Right.
They start you right. The whole shirt. And they super highlighted that.
Not the white, but the black one.
Yeah. You see how them damn military movies they be trying to find out who this Negro is.
Right. Oh yeah. All black. Right.
They got black markers all over there. All they got is his name and his age.
Anything else classified.
Right. It don't exist. It's classified information.
Look, I got a precept real quick.
Bring it out.
Right. This the book of this going into that ward that we was talking about in Ecclesiastes 8 and verse 8. This is actually a precept for it. This is the book of 2nd Ezra chapter 7. I'm gonna start at verse number 56. For while we lived and committed iniquity, we considered not that we should begin to suffer for it after death. Right. So you're gonna get the Lord gonna get his leg back, even after he planned how you die. Right. The dying part, that's just the door into what's coming next, if you really want to be honest. And when he slams that door, he slams it hard most of the time.
Hey, Salakia.
Go ahead.
I want to let me back on that too.
Come
Think about this. The Lord he don't care about your flesh. Right. That's why he tell you don't worry about man who can kill the flesh.
Right.
I'm gonna let like you worrying about that. No. I'm gonna let him kill your flesh so your spirit can come up here to me so I can beat ass.
And I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have it too.
That's crazy. It just hit me when he said that. I thought about it. Damn, the Lord not killing the flesh. He's gonna allow man to kill your flesh as a way to usher your spirit right on to him so he can beat your spirit. Even your Doris show ass.
Personally. Beat your spirit. Right? It says, then answered he me and said, this is the condition of the battle which man that is born upon the earth shall fight, that if he be overcome, he shall suffer as thou hast said. But if he get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I say. For this is the life whereof Moses spake unto the people, where while he lived, saying, choose thee life that thou mayest live. That's Deuteronomy 30 and 19, man.
God.
Right? So we all got the battle that we need to fight, man. It's just, are you gonna live the life of just going into it or going into sin, or are you gonna live a life of abstinence? Right? So like here, one more.
Acknowledging it.
Right? The 2nd Ezra chapter 7 and verse number 55. Right? It says, and that the faces of them which have used abstinence shall shine above the stars, whereas our faces shall be blacker than darkness.
Basically, those who kept the law gonna be a light.
Yeah, man. Because they abstain from the ways of the world.
You
But
know
the
that
people-
light is a mark too.
Yeah.
For when them death angels come out, who not to touch.
Right. Who's in darkness? Right.
God, man. Now, you got to live your life in abstaining from the ways of the world. You know, you got things. You know, I just seen the whole video, man. Eve is going wild, man. All right, there was a girl I knew up in high school, the sweetest sister, man.
Mm.
She was not like that, but she auditioning for damn baddies. Got the baddies spirit, man. All right, and the Lord used another girl. She talking about she from Chicago. Yeah, Wild Hunters. No, you're from Hazelcrest. You're from Madison, Illinois, right? Your mom and your dad were really good. I used to work with you. You was the sweetest thing, man. I worked with her when I was like 16, and we was at Odyssey Fun World, right? A week
Yeah, I remember
amusement
that.
park, man. You know what I'm saying? Just the sweetest one. She looked like she was crying every day. So I asked her, you okay? Just the sweetest girl. Now she auditioning for baddies, dressing like a damn stripper. And the Lord put the spirit on another E from like Louisiana to whoop that ass on TV, man.
On the show?
But see,
Yeah,
that's what we
on the
talking
look,
about.
not even on the show, in the auditions.
Damn.
Because
she
they
ain't breaking
record
for
the audition.
I'm more badder than you. We
Right.
ain't even on the show, and I'm finna
Right.
show
I'm
them.
about to show who really
They
bad.
know-
I'm
Right.
the one they want.
They showed that sister's face, man.
Yeah.
You know, she lumped up, looking like she got eyes whooped by Tommy Hearns,
But
man.
even in real life, with that, though, you when you live a certain type of lifestyle, and then all of a sudden you wake up and decide you want to, live another type of lifestyle, but you don't understand the ins and outs, the requirements that it take to be a part of that life. Like some ventures in life, you can't just wake up and decide to be a part of.
Right.
There's a time frame. You have to be groomed into these specific types of lifestyles, because you can't wake up at 20 years old and now decide you want to gangbang.
Right.
Right.
Oh.
It's too late, brother. Right? You jumped off the porch too late.
You don't even got to jump no more. You
No.
can step off it.
Like the rules have changed. You don't have none of the fundamentals. That will, like, at your age, you're gonna make mistakes. That's gonna cost you your life. You don't know who certain people are.
It's
And
mercy
like,
given to younger people.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And you old to where
you're expected to know more.
in their frame of life, you're supposed to know this. So you're gonna get the highest extent, you know, of punishment, which basically is your life, man.
So Proverbs 22:6 says to train up a child in the way that they should go, and when they get older, they won't part from it. Right? Well, in our defense, that's a damn lie. No shade to the scriptures, because we were trained up in wickedness. All praises, I departed from it.
Oh, praise.
See, everybody look at that scripture talking about when you're being raised in righteousness.
Right.
When you're being raised right by the law, like how we raising our kids now, future kids, they're being raised to keep the law, statutes, and commandments.
Right.
They're not going to part from that. This wicked world won't be able to manipulate them. That inner demon that we're talking about, he'll never get the goddamn show his head in with them. He's already, look, Pops and already took him out back. Took old Betsy the shotgun with me. He back there buried under the fruit tree. My child will never have to deal with that dude, because his inner spirit is being fed nothing but righteousness.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Ever living water, this bread of life. So he'll always know to retreat to the scriptures and righteous judgment in his decision making. And when he see this world coming against him, it won't be able to influence him like that. See, I was telling Cap before, like, for me, I dealt with the left hand of the Lord as he was bringing me into this truth, seeing spirits and demons and witches riding my back and succubusses and all of that type of spiritual attacks, where they literally had to do a spiritual exorcism and spiritual cleansing on me once before. All right. So to somebody that comes into this truth and they read about the Lord is going to kill this and kill that, it's like a dare. It's almost like, yeah, I hear it. The world been ending since my granny was a teenage star.
Right.
It ain't happened yet. Right. But to a person like me, I read this in the scriptures coming in and I'm scared as hell, because I'm like, nigga, I done already experienced what he talking about doing. Ain't no playing games with him. But someone who haven't experienced that, it's easy for you to teeter-totter and still give way to that wicked devices and not as expediently subdue it.
Yeah, take it as a joke.
So we always talk about life experiences, things that you've been through, being homeless, right? Living in and out of cars at an early age, no lights on, and different hardships you had to go through. And then you read this and you find out that, damn, all of this stuff was a punishment, I believe. But someone who grew up with that damn Ricky Schroeder silver spoon in his mouth, he's gonna take this for granted. He's not gonna believe. He's gonna think that he can do what he wants. This is why the Lord said a rich man will never make it into the kingdom. You got a better luck sticking a damn camel through the eye of a needle.
Camel out of all things.
And you gotta kind of salah and pause on that. Think about that.
You can't stick a pillow through an eye of a needle.
You can't get the damn thread through the eye of the needle.
Right, the whole time.
10 minutes trying to get the thread through.
Throw the thread in there.
You know what I'm saying? Clip the ends of it and still one eye look through. Right.
Maybe like you about to shoot at somebody.
Get mad as hell. But he said you're gonna be able to stick a camel through that needle before a rich person will make it into the kingdom of heaven. And I don't give a damn if you was born rich or the Lord allowed you to get rich. And that's the difference. If he allowed you to become rich, like he said, I make rich, I make poor. So if he allowed you to make those riches and you weren't born into those riches, then that means there's a purpose for your riches. You're supposed to use that money to be a benefit to your people. Okay? Joseph wasn't born into riches. What did he do when he got his riches for our people?
He ended up putting it back into his family.
For his people.
You see what I'm saying? We probably wouldn't even be damn Israelites. Wasn't no such thing as Israelites yet.
This day, boy.
So it just shows you what happens when you invest in your people. You see how this nation went from 70 people to over 600,000 from one man investing in his people.
Yeah, Salaki, somebody asked me this question. They said, at your age, what advice would you give people around their 20s? Right? I told them, number one, invest in yourself. And number two, network. Invest in yourself and then build with people around you. But first, start with yourself first. So, same as self-examination, self-correction. Become your best self every day. And then network. Because we all need each other. We all need people around us. Right? And we all learn from each other. But make sure you know who you are first. Then you can help everybody else as well.
Because it's a pride, man, that comes over you. Either way, being born in riches, gaining riches, investing in yourself or having someone invest in you, you have to understand the mission. And the mission is to build your nation up by whatever means that the Lord allow you to have to do so. Our people get in a Diddy in them mode and get all them riches, and the people don't exist to them. That's why right now, what are you seeing happening? All of them that was almost billionaire status, the Lord snatched it all.
Yeah,
pulling it
dropping
from
them all down.
Kels, Kanye, Diddy. Now they getting ready to come after Jay-Z. Ain't nobody else holding billionaire status other than Dr. Dre. And Dr. Dre, they didn't already killed his sons and all that type of stuff. So, but he ain't out there exposing himself like them. Whatever he's doing, he behind the scenes with it, being low key. They getting it like this because y'all were in front of the people. So the Lord got to bring you down in front of the people. Right? Because your acts go against him. So pride goeth before destruction, right? Meaning you will act or speak in a pridefulness. And that pridefulness is going to be done unto righteousness or wickedness, right? And then judgment is going to follow that action. Because there's nothing wrong with being proud in the spirit of righteousness, boasting and bragging about the Lord and the mercies and the goodwill that he gives towards you, right? That's righteous pride versus the wicked pride where you're not going to adhere to correction, no rebukes, no counseling, You're not gonna respect the elders. You're not gonna respect your leadership. Sitters, nothing. You just gonna just Alistair Crowley into the damn till your Howard shot show up, huh?
Right.
Hey, Salaki, one more thing. Rebuke is very important. Reprove, rebuke, and exhort. Because that's part of you building yourself as well through the spirit of Yahweh Shem Shai. It's part of an increase. Right? How you gonna try to correct yourself if you don't know what you're doing wrong? Sometimes you don't know you're doing something wrong until somebody else brings it out and tells you about it.
To you.
Then you can focus on, oh, slut, I didn't know I was doing that. Oh, shit.
Proverbs 14 and 12.
Right. Seem right unto your eyes, but it's the way of death.
Unto the Lord.
You know?
Right? Get 1 John 4 and 3 and Hebrews 13 and 17.
This First
1
John.
John first.
This First John chapter 4 in verse number 3. And every spirit that confesseth not that Yahweh Shai HaMashiach is come in the flesh is not of God.
Antichrist.
And this is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already is it in the world.
Right? So from your prideful acts, man, or speak, it's got to be unto righteousness or unto wickedness. And anything that you're doing in a prideful manner, and it's unto wickedness, you're not acknowledging Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. Right? You're allowing that damn inner enemy to rule over you. Right? And you can categorize it or lay it out however you want. I'm just giving a layman's lowest level understanding of it. Like anything you do that is not of the Most High is antichrist. Okay? Plain and simple. And you wouldn't know that if you don't know the scripture. So you could be being deceived, right, by your inner spirit, that inner enemy. All right. Get Hebrews 13, 17.
This Hebrews chapter 13 and verse number 17. Obey them that have the rule over you, and submit yourselves, for they watch for your souls, as they that must give account, that they may do it with joy and not with grief, for that is unprofitable for you.
Right? Because we raising our kids according to the law. We're putting a wedge between them and the inner enemy from him ever having control over their life. Right? Whereas growing up, we didn't have that. So growing up as a wicked child, you accepted all teachings without question because you knew nothing about choice or democracy, right? You trusted your guardian's word to lead you. And if by some chance you were an unstable-minded, disobedient, hard-headed child, you got civility beat into you by your parents, right? If they cared about you. And if not, that's why you still the same as an adult, right? You still haven't learned from the error in your ways. That's a judgment that our parents are going to have to answer to the Lord. You didn't raise my child up keeping my laws and commandments. They're going to have to answer for that. You gave them over to wickedness. And what do the Lord say going to happen to those who lead any of the little ones astray?
He put a great millstone around your neck.
Kill yourself.
Kill yourself. Cast to the fire in the sea.
Right? Get Proverbs 13 to 24 out. Almost out. And somebody get Romans 13 and 1.
This is Proverbs chapter 15, or so like 13? 13 and 23. This is Proverbs chapter 13 and verse number 23. 24. He that spareth his rod hateth his son.
See that? You don't discipline your child. You hate him. You the equivalent of a murderer. What type of spirit is moving on a parent that won't discipline their child into obedience? Right? But we know that our parents was the same thing was done to them. They weren't raised in keeping God's law either. The Psalms 83 spirit. Right? Moan it.
God.
Skin that bone out.
But he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes.
See that? B time mean early.
Right.
You love your child, you whooping ass early. Okay? Be 9 months. You want to spank? Tap them little thighs. Pop it. Yeah, granny them will thump you.
Yeah, with the nail.
9 months you getting it. You already know. By the time you walking, you obeying words, commandments. Get the hell from over there. Yeah, no, for real. Beat ass early, man. Because now they'll never grow up to test you. And that's the thing about a kid. They're gonna test the water. They're gonna push the envelope as far across the table as they can. Because they're in a battle of dominance. That damn spirit, that wicked spirit that's on them, at that time he's operating out of defiance. Okay. And if you one of those passive parents like Esau and them, little Timmy, you think you want to stop?
You think you want to stop?
Maybe we can have a timeout. Let's sit down together.
Try to negotiate.
Shut up, bitch.
Right.
You know, little Timmy got mama in a chokehold.
Yeah.
She in the middle of Walmart, cleaner aisle 3,
Right.
getting choked out with all the bread on the floor. Timmy throwing canned goods at her.
Dog walking his pops.
Timmy become a teenager and he killed mom and dad and his siblings.
Right.
And the dog, because she didn't pay attention that he was trapping cats and dogs in the neighborhood. Everybody wanted missing posters up. They damn animals pet cemetery in your backyard because Timmy killing everybody damn animals. Because you didn't whoop ass.
So like, yeah.
That's why the kids are school shooters.
Meanwhile, you got Jake, you know, you see it on Instagram and Facebook all the time. They got acronyms for how they mamas get on their
Yeah.
whole acronyms, 20 letter long acronyms.
Right.
Get
Your
right
before I come down and beat your damn.
You don't have to say the word, just the letter.
Right.
Each word.
You already know. You get traumatized.
They be like every
Looking around,
black
thinking,
kid
no,
know what
come
this means.
You know why though? Because as children of the Most High, from His creation with us, discipline has always been a staple for our people. It's encoded in us. We were taught to be non-compliant to discipline. That was something that was taught to us by our enemies, how to break law. He told us in the wilderness, don't look, take this law, live by it, rule everything with it. Don't compromise this. Don't go over there looking at what they're doing. Our people are bred to be the law, to do what's right. That's why it's so easy for us to move like that. All right, bring it out. Romans 13:1. Somebody get Acts 5:29.
This is Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God.
Now, see that? Higher powers can be your mom, your dad. But who gave them the authority? The Most High. He gave them that authority when he decided to say, you know what? He's sitting in the third heaven. He looked at a spirit. He said, you know what? I'm going to send you down there on earth, man, because I think that brother ready to be a father. So I'm gonna let you pass through his loins into his rib. She's gonna carry you for the 10 months, and then I'm gonna make sure you come through the matrix, right? And once you come out in this world, they're gonna raise you in my law, statutes, and commandments. I got mighty works for you to do when you reach a certain age. That's how it works. Okay, but then that's from his right hand side. But then he may have some left hand side cats over here. You little piece of crap. Come here. you look down there. You look through this lens. You see her and him. They off as hell.
Right.
I'm trying to get them to get right. So I'm gonna send you down there, and hopefully through your birth, they'll get their act together.
Right.
But you know what some of these parents do? They get the kids, they beat them, they neglect them. They don't realize that that's a gift from the Lord. And giving you a child as a mother or a father is an act that the Lord is trying not to murder you. So I'm going to give you one of my most precious gifts in hopes that change your life.
All right.
All right? But then this little spirit from the left-hand side go down there, and he gets no childhood bearings, no upbringing, no discipline. The rod was spared and all that, and now he's a damn serial killer.
Demon.
Right? Got 8 bodies on his blicky. You know what I'm saying?
Literally.
He out here out of pocket, and now the Lord got to kill him and bring him back to the third heaven.
So like, I got a quick precept on that.
Bring it out.
This Proverbs chapter 22 and verse number 15. It says, foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him.
See?
So in a child's mind, he's bound to do foolishness. He's bound to kind of go out sometimes. But that rod of correction, that ass whooping, that discipline is what's going to drive it far away from him.
And that's shrouded in curiosity. As a child, this whole world is a playground. You're intrigued by the world around you. But that, as the parent, that's your job to say, hey, don't stick your finger in there. You get an electric shock. You want to die and go back to the Most High? That's how I used to talk to my son, whether he understood it or not. I didn't do all that no boo-boo gaga talk.
Right.
Talk to him like a damn human being.
Right.
Like he had some sense.
Yeah.
And some parents, instead of being a parent and a teacher to their child first, see them do that and instantly over the head, sock them, elbow them, knee them, slam them, but never teaching them.
Right.
Why not to do it? All you just did was increase his incentive to go do it again, because I still don't know why she beat me for touching that socket.
Right.
Right.
Next thing you know, your kid and this boy 1,000 volts shot through him dead when you ain't there, because you ain't here to discipline me now, so she'll never know I done it this time. Right? Read that Romans again.
This is Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God.
Go on, read the 5.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God.
So even as a kid, most likely you wasn't resisting God. You did what your parents told you to do, even though they were leading you astray. All right, go ahead.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God. And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
So think about those kids who were just naturally rebellious, as we spoke on earlier. They were rebelling against God, and then you wonder why some of these kids grow up and calamity befall them as kids. See, it sounds like harsh communication, but we understand how the Lord works. We'll say it was judgment from a past life. Your regeneration, your judgment came in this life. But even as a kid, sometimes those kids are still being bad as hell. So the spirit doesn't change. From one lifetime to the next, you're going to be the same spirit until you repent and keep these laws, statutes, and commandments. Fortunately for us, the Most High had enough mercy on us to not allow us to endure forever, for eternity, because he could have. But he said, you know what? They still my kids. It's going to be for a time.
Yeah.
Who parent ground them for life? No parent. Problem is, you just don't know when she's going to decide to say your punishment is up.
Right.
So it's the same thing with the Lord. This is the last captivity. This is the last punishment. He finally like, man, you know what? It's futile. I can't keep beating them. I can't keep enslaving them. They still ain't listening. He had to create new ways of punishing us, man. Because basically, he just gave in. He just said, you know what? It's my kids. I love them. They're going to do what they do.
Send somebody to save them. All right.
You know,
For rulers
hold
are
on. Go ahead.
I was going to say, he desperately wanted for all of us to make it.
Yeah.
And that new way of punishing us is by them 2/3 dying. Look, don't nobody want to be no 2/3, man. All right? Even a 2/3 wouldn't want to be a 2/3 if they knew what was up in the store, if they seen it.
Because a lot of them don't even know what a 2/3 is.
See something.
Yeah, they want to see something.
Hey, Salakia, I remember I seen this one video. A brother had a testimony of a dream, and he said the dream was a big warning because a big ass angel from the sky came down and was looking at everybody. And he was telling the Jakes in America, he's like, listen, hey, come up. If y'all keep the laws, I could bring y'all up to God. If y'all repent. Jake is cursing him out. Man, F you with hearing it, this and that, man. The hell with that. We ain't trying to hear that, hearing it. He said, y'all sure? Y'all want to do what we just did right now? Are y'all ready for the judgment that's about to come. And then Jay cursed him out again. There's an angel, cursed him out again. Man, I don't give a shit from that. He said, okay, just know what y'all signed up for. And went right back up.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why the Lord, when he said that he was going to pour out his spirit upon all flesh, everybody was going to start seeing dreams and visions.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take that as, oh, it's just a dream
Yeah.
and not a warning. He need to kind of see that happen in front of him with his eyes. Like, if you were to see what your wicked ass got in store for you, barbecue chicken alert in my Shaq voice, man.
He probably would have gave up the ghost.
He would have died.
Gave up the ghost.
Just seeing it.
You wouldn't even have the inkling to think, oh, that's God. Oh, I never served you. You never what? Nigga, the God that is in the Bible kills children. You
Right.
got Jake talking about, I would never serve a God that killed children.
Oh, yeah.
Nigga, you better. What is wrong with you, man? You better serve that God.
Look at Job and Mattathias.
Kiss
How
his
they
boots,
felt
man.
about it.
Right.
They saw it and was like, why you let me be born? They
Right.
mad because he gave
They're
them
like,
life.
it's bad as hell. Like,
Who was it?
look,
Job?
Job and
Job
Mattathias.
Job said,
literally.
Job said, yeah, don't even let me be here
All right.
around this time.
Why you didn't kill
Keep
me
me
and
in
my
the
mama
dirt.
womb?
Oh, yeah, second address. Yep.
Right, man.
Why you didn't kill me and her,
Right.
make her
I
miscarry
don't
me?
see
You gonna
this.
bring me in?
Oh, Jeremiah?
Yeah, and Jeremiah too.
Yeah.
He like, yeah, why you gonna bring me into this world, man? What I do
You
to
see
you?
this?
That's how Mattathias felt like, man. I gotta live to see this to my people.
Yeah, woe was me, man.
And Ezra. Ezra had the same
Ezra
thought,
too as
man.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, and that's how you gotta be.
Hey, Salakia,
Pulled out
Ezra
his
seen the
head.
missiles. He seen the missiles drop down,
Mhm.
and he said, "Woe is me." He said, "Oh no." He said, "Nigga, please help me."
You want to go back right now? What'd you say, Lord?
It got so bad to the point where he was like, and he saw Israel getting caught
Right.
up in there. It's to the point where he asking, what about them?
What about
What about the heathens?
Right.
And what the angel said.
Right.
Nigga, don't worry about what got to them.
Right.
Worry about you and your salvation. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all about to get it worse.
That's up in 2nd Ezra chapter 9. That's one of my favorite chapters. They tell you straight up, like, sometimes you got to translate the Bible up in how you talk here.
Carnality.
Because
Right.
y'all so caught up in the
told you,
thous and the
God.
bees and making it sound all eloquent.
Yeah.
No, they talking like you
Yeah.
in
That
1611.
was just in their time.
Exactly.
The same way we would be talking today, man.
Right. He said, no. He said, Lord, I know we bad. Wait. He said, Lord, weigh our wickedness
Right.
against theirs.
Get this right.
Somebody
Somebody
said,
deserves
what
it.
about him?
Yeah.
He said, nigga,
Second
don't
Ezra,
worry
right.
about
Don't
them.
worry, nigga, cause you.
It's about you.
Right.
Like, stop playing with the Lord like that, man.
But see, we
You know?
was just saying that earlier. That's gonna be Jake.
Yeah.
Right.
Still trying to complain about the next person instead of taking accountability. man.
Right, man.
Still can't see the error in his own way. But you want to try to get somebody
Right.
else in trouble. No, Negro, you my child.
Right.
I'm beating
Hey.
on you. I told you. You know what I'm saying?
Jay gonna be like, "Hey, but Esau committed genocide." So
He
at
did
least
what I sent him to do.
exactly. He did
Right.
his job.
Now, what's your excuse
What is
why
your
you ain't
excuse,
do what I
right.
told you to do?
Man.
Shit, Esau,
Right.
he earned his
He
spot in the
earned his
kingdom.
spot. He did his job.
He did his job. He worked hard to get in the kingdom
God,
of damnation.
overachiever.
And got extra credits.
Yeah.
Right.
No class valedictorian around this
Top of
boy
the
for
class.
wickedness, man. What's your excuse? Why you ain't doing your part?
Yeah.
No, but mostly for those who don't know,
Mhm.
that was our excuse. That was our grace. We didn't know. Our parents failed miserably at raising us as babysitters,
God.
right? But Act 5:29 said we gonna do what the Lord tell us to do. And that's the thing. Don't make no excuse. Just do what the law tell you to do, right?
Right.
Get real quick, Titus 3:1. Drop that other one. Get Titus 3:1 and Colossians 2:8.
It's the book of Titus, chapter 3, and verse number 1. Put them in mind to be subject to the principalities and powers, to obey magistrates, to be ready to give Salakia, to be ready
to every good work.
Now, this is put them in mind. Parents should be putting the children in the mind to do good works for the Lord, just like those of us who are who called into this truth should be putting those of our brothers and sisters to mind to do the good work. That's what we do when we go to camp, right? That's what we're doing right now. Showing you the pros and the cons of serving the Most High. And once again, the choice is yours. You see what I'm saying? You can choose to listen and apply this to your life, or choose not to listen, and the Lord gonna put boot to your bum skidly. Okay? Colossians 2:8 out.
This Colossians chapter 2 and verse number 8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ.
See that? Our parents, once again, they spoiled us with the vain philosophies and deceits of Esau's kingdom. They fed the enemy that was within us. They didn't give us the right. They fed the enemy. And then wondered why that enemy had us being rebellious against them. Right. So you created the monster, and now you beating the hell out of me. Talk about a confused child.
That's why we need the Lord, man.
Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? But the Most High, our true Father, is home now, and He's watching over us. And that's for those of us that's in the truth, right? He back at the crib now. And the discipline is harsh, but it's fair, right? Ezekiel 18:32. Because we didn't follow His instructions that He left, so death and destruction came upon us. You know what I'm saying? As He said it would. Now, He understood that, you know, get Matthew 18:3. He understood that we weren't raised up, you know, Proverbs 22:6 like we were supposed to be. So this is why He had mercy on us. You know what I'm saying? This is why He waited until we reached a mature age enough to call us again unto His word. Now they're old enough to be held accountable for their own actions. See, when we was kids, He couldn't hold us accountable. You see what I'm saying? He couldn't punish us then. We ain't know no better. That's why our parents' asses is out. But once we reach that mature age where we can rationalize and think for ourselves, call Him back home. Tap into His spirit. Wake him up again. Let's see what he chooses now on his own. Some of us chose to follow the Most High, right? We decided to follow them instructions. Right? Ezekiel 18:32.
Khan, you got it? It's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 18 and verse 32. For I have no pleasure in the death of him that dieth.
See that? Lord don't want to kill us. Might as well not even created us. Might as well not even created earth. Might as well not allowed your parents to conceive you. And even if by some miracle you was conceived, you still got to make it through the matrix. Right? So the fact that you here and you alive, you owe him some respect for that alone, right? But still, our people give that same, we don't give the same unbiased attention to the instructions. When we were kids, most of us followed the instructions of our parents with no question. We don't do that with the Lord. Everything you got a question for. And that's not a bad thing, but everything has duality to it. When you question the Lord because you're looking for clarity and understanding to be a better doer of the word. We know people that question the scriptures to look for a way to get out of doing what it say. Wicked as hell. So we could tell who, y'all were them same kids, man. That's why the Lord is still in beat ass mode right now. Because we still not giving that same unbiased attention to his instructions. Instead of trying to understand the law as it applies to us and do it, everybody want to debate the law. Just do the law. Everybody want to rehearse the law. Just do the law. Them two alone breed division, contingency, all while creating a loophole in understanding. Okay. Oh, there's no solid breakdown on that. Other brothers got variances, you know what I'm saying, in a few small doctrines. Sisters want to tell men of the Lord how to be and what it is to be a man of the Lord, while simultaneously unrighteously justifying her lack of obedience to the law. She ain't being submissive. She ain't in reverence. She ain't in subjection. Right? All those things don't come with contingencies to them.
Right.
Right? Get who got Matthew 18? Somebody get
I got
1
it.
Peter 3 and 7.
This is Matthew chapter 18 and verse number 3. And said, verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Correct. And the law of the Lord is perfect at converting the soul. Okay. So in order for you to be converted and become like a child, you got to do what? You got to retreat to the law.
I gotta obey.
You got to obey the law. It's the only way you're going to convert. That means what? You got to put the kibosh. You got to hit the kill switch on the damn inner enemy. Because at this point, you should know that there's an enemy in your house. Same way how Yahushua at that Last Supper knew that there was an enemy sitting amongst him. Two of them. Not the brothers in the physical form, but the spirit that was within them. That enemy, that which is the inner them, the enemy, which is the inner me. You know what I'm saying? Or the inner you. By now, you should understand that that person exists. And that person has no good, nothing for you in plan. He's going to keep you moving off and contrary to the Lord. Right? We got 1 Peter's.
This 1 Peter's
Get
chapter
Mark 5
3,
and 7 too.
in verse number 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered.
Right? Because that's what it's about. The prayers being hindered, right? You got brothers and sisters justifying them unrighteously being obedient to the law. All right. All this is learned behavior. And it's not of the Most High.
You said the last part again. You said them being unjustly.
No,
What'd you say?
I said
Say that again.
unrighteously
Okay.
justifying their disobedience to the law.
Okay.
Right? That's not of the Lord. You can't justify being unrighteous. There's no justification in that. Right? That's not of the Most High. That's your damn wicked demon that lives within you, who's going to paint the picture, the perception to you that you could justify not keeping the law. How many times have we heard, yeah, I don't eat pork, but I eat a little bacon?
You eat pork, bro.
Or you eat pork.
Sorry to break it to you.
But
not
what the
fun.
brother told us, yeah, I don't mess with all the other pork, but I eat bacon. Nigga, you eating pork.
Lack of knowledge, man.
Right? But now I don't know, but like the innocent, it says be converted and be childlike. That means you gotta become innocent. You gotta become kind of naive.
And
Right?
not on purpose either.
No, not as an adult, because
Right.
you don't lose your cognitiveness in that moment. But you know, the essence of what it is to be a child has to have a place in your mindset. Meaning you have to be open
You got to become a sponge.
to instructions, all new sets of rules and regulations.
You gotta
Teachable.
be humble.
Yeah. Right. So I asked for Mark 5 and 7, right? Because I want to show you that spirit that we're talking about, that enemy that's been behind your lines, sabotaging every damn thing. You study trying to get your ship to float. This nigga, he putting holes in your boat, right? He got your whole operation just off, right? Read that out.
This is the book of Mark, chapter 5, and verse number 7. And cried with a loud voice and said, what have I to do with thee, Yahushua, thou son of man, the son of the Most High God? I adjure thee by God that thou torment me not.
So wait a minute. You mean tell me this wicked spirit, now when he perceives someone or a spirit to be above his own, now you're begging for mercy?
Yeah.
That's hypocrisy. You done led this child astray his whole entire life. Now, when he wakes up to the knowledge and the truth and start to repent and change his ways, you begging for mercy? What if you could hear that spirit inside of you telling you, Gabar, I know you serving Yahweh right now, man, but don't kill me. Don't do away with me. What you gonna think? I'm gonna think about every damn thing that ever went bad in my life. Oh no, nigga, you get no mercy. I'm not your house shot. You ain't going to no pigs.
That's this demon. That's the spirit.
Yeah, this the spirit. Look, this is how he react when you start to repent and start to change. He's pleading with you now.
No, he tried to rebuke Christ in the name of the Most High God.
Exactly.
Look, this is the Strong's for a jur.
Yes, brother.
This is G3726, a jur, right? Porkizo in the Greek, to force to take an oath, to administer an oath to a jur, solemnly implore, right? On one side, it's like he begging, but on the other side, when you looking at it,
almost a threat.
He said, he basically said, I force you.
Yeah.
In the name of your God. When you read the Matthew version, it says by the living God.
Right.
Like, I force you by the living God not to torment me.
You don't respect my God.
He kind of threw the holy water on Christ.
The nerve of this dude. That's hypocrisy.
The demon calling the righteous a demon.
The nerve of this one, man.
Because now he's about to be rebuked and drawn out. Now he want mercy.
Now he want mercy.
What was your mercy all these years that you had this child living in sin against his God, never obtaining to his rightful place?
Ain't a child of God too.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's the child of the Most High, according to, you know what I'm saying, keeping the laws, but you're hindering that. You're building perceptions around him that stops him from doing what he's supposed to do.
And you trying to stop him from his destiny.
Right. Get Luke 4:33 out and Romans 3:19. We're gonna read Luke 33, chapter 4:33 to 36, and get Romans 3:19 to 20.
This is Luke chapter 4 and verse number 33. And in the synagogue there was a man which had a spirit of an unclean devil, and cried out with a loud voice, saying, Let us alone. What have we to do with thee, thou Yahushua of Nazareth? Art thou come to destroy us? I know thee who thou art, the Holy One of God. And Yahushua rebuked him, saying, Hold thy peace and come out of him. And when the devil had thrown him in the midst, he came out of him and hurt him not. And they were all amazed and spake among themselves, saying, What a word is this? For with authority and power he commanded the unclean spirits, and they came out. And the fame of him went out into every place of the country round about.
Now this spirit said, I know who you are. Basically, I'm spooked to death now. Please don't hurt me.
Jay said,
What
the hell is this?
Right.
It said, what a word is this?
Right.
No,
What the hell? But here's the thing. The spirit knows.
Yeah.
So if you acknowledge who Christ is, then that means you knew who I was too.
Right.
That means that you chose consciously to take advantage of me, a weaker vessel than you. You're purposely destroying me. But now, when my Savior comes on the scene, now you're begging for mercy.
Now it's leave me alone.
Now it's leave me alone.
Right.
That's a damn bully.
Yeah.
He said, leave me alone. Like Christ hopped up in his vessel.
Right.
Might as well have.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just wild, man.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but this is how this inner enemy works. First of all, he's living within you in secrecy. You don't even know that he's there.
Lying dormant.
He's dormantly there, but yet every now and then he peek out the closet and steal a sock out your laundry.
Right.
You're like, now I know I put 2 pair of socks in this damn order. Where the hell my other sock go? The washing machine is right here.
They talking about the the dryer ate it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, get that Romans 3:19.
That's Romans chapter 3 and verse number 19. Now we know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law, that every mouth may be stopped, and all the world may become guilty before God.
Right? So this is being obedient to the law. The word is for, who is for. And if you're not keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, there's a judgment that's going to come upon you. And you need to examine yourself as to why you are not keeping the law in consistency. Why are you making excuses about not keeping the law? I implore you to examine yourself. Look at that inner enemy, right? 2 Corinthians 13:5. Examine yourself, because that inner enemy that's behind your enemy lines, that's living in your home, your temple, he has rule over you. All right, get Mark 9:20 and 1 Samuel 3:8. Because see,
This is Mark.
I'm gonna say this. We ain't had no one to guide us as children in the truth of Yahweh Bashem Yahushua. So we gave ear to devils our whole life. The Most High had mercy and called us again. We heard him this time. So be not deceived of your own self, Israel. Right? Bring it out.
This is Mark chapter 9 and verse number 20. And they brought him unto him. And when he saw him, straightway the spirit tear him, and he fell on the ground and wallowed foaming.
So showing you, go up one.
Verse number 19. He answered him and said, O faithless generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him unto me.
You know what? I want the kid. Go to I think it's like 11. Because I think this is the one, this is the son who had the
Oh, with the
spirit.
father?
Yeah,
With the father and the son? Yeah.
Throwing him in the fire and all that. Well, I think it's 11.
Verse 17.
17.
Yeah, verse 17.
Verse number 17. Well, this is Mark chapter 9 and verse number 17. And one of the multitude answered and said, Master, I have brought unto thee my son, which have a dumb spirit, and wheresoever he taketh him, he teareth him, and he foameth, and gnasheth with his teeth, and penneth away. And I spake to thy disciples that they should cast him out, and they could not. He answered them and said, O faithless generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him unto me.
Now drop down to 19.
That was verse number 19.
Oh, okay. So what you're seeing is the account of the spirit being with this little kid as a child. This is what we're talking about. These spirits, these wicked spirits are with us from birth. From the time you conceived on this earth, they are the bane of your duality. Right? You are already ingrained with righteousness. Wickedness is a learned trait. Well, we weren't created to be that way. But we were put down here on an earth that was ruled by wickedness. So it's wicked influence all around you. Without a positive reinforcement, it's more likely you're going to lean in the direction of that wicked spirit that's ruling over you. All right. And he's stronger than you on top of that. You know what I'm saying?
Bullying you.
So that's he's literally bullying you, right? Get 1 Samuel.
This 1 Samuel chapter 3 and verse
I think
number
that's
8.
about the daughter.
And the Lord called Samuel again a third time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, Here I am, for thou didst call me. And Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child. Therefore Eli said unto Samuel, Go lie down, and it shall be, if he call thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and lay down in his place. And the Lord came,
14.
verse 4, and the Lord came and stood and called as Salakia, as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel answered, Speak, for thy servant heareth. And the Lord saith unto Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel, at which both the ears of everyone that heareth it shall tingle. And Salakia, in that day I will perform against Eli all the things which I have spoken concerning this house. When I begin, I will also make an end. For I have told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth, because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not. And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever.
So we seeing right there how the Lord is calling on your spirit, even as a child, to serve him. But then he also showed you how the parent is about to get his ass whooped for not raising the child according to my law. Your child is a blessing to you. Your child is an angelic spirit that was given to you by the Most High to protect and to rear up in the ways of the Lord. When you don't do that, you suffer sin upon that child. You subject that child. You basically took your child and gave him over to the damn Hasatan now. Lord gave you the kid, and y'all don't want this Negro here. Y'all can take him. You done damn gave him over to the Hellboy people, man. And the Lord gonna require that blood on your hands because you did not, you spared the rod. You didn't raise your child according to his law, statutes, and commandments that child will grow up and serve the Lord. Wow. So that's why I pulled that one so you can see it was both things was happening in that scripture right there, man. The child was being neglected of the laws of the Lord, and the Lord showing the punishment that was going to happen for the parent not raising them. And this is what we went through. The Lord called us as kids, and our parents neglected that call.
And then later on in life, man, they catch, the mink mops from the Lord, man.
Right. See that? And usually you old enough to see it happening to them. Yeah. Mom end up strung out on crack. Daddy probably gets shot, end up in jail. Like as a kid, you don't understand that Lord whooping their ass because they ain't been raising you like they supposed to.
Hey, Slocky, we see that at camp a lot. Eve walking by, could be Eve or Jake. Most likely be Eve, which is crazy. She'll walk by with her child, and the child always want to stop and listen to the word. Literally want to stop and listen to the word. We always pay attention to that. And she's like, come on, man, what the hell are you doing? Come on, let's go.
So
and the child literally stopping and listening, like he's paying attention.
Didn't the Lord say his children hear his voice? Yeah. Right. What did he just do with Samuel? Samuel heard him calling.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent. The kids hear it. We know the voice of the Lord, even though we don't understand it. That's why someone is supposed to be there to explain it and break it down to us. Our parents failed miserably at babysitters, man. Right? Ephesians 6:1, and then 1 Peter. I'm gonna get one more after that.
I got Ephesians. It's the book of Ephesians, chapter 6 and verse 1.
13.
Children, obey your parents in the Lord.
You get James.
For this is right.
Children do what?
Obey your parents in the Lord.
In the Lord is the operative point in there. And it's damn near almost telling you to rebel against them if they're not teaching you, thus say the Lord. Obey your parents in the Lord. Meaning as long as your parents are teaching you, thus say the Lord, keep the law, statutes, and commandments, do what he say.
If they teaching you to go to hell off,
you tell them rebel because they put your spirit in damnation.
That rebellion, not witchcraft.
They're feeding the enemy. That's the inner you. Rebel against their ass. And the Lord gonna defend you in that. Right? 1 Peter.
It's 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse number 13. Submit yourselves to
Salakia. And here's the thing about the spirit. All of us who has rebelled, we had to go through slavery. Out came the belt, which was like a whip, and they beat your damn back into submission and made you listen to them. They beat you into doing what they wanted you to do. Your spirit naturally rebelled because it was unrighteous and unrighteous behavior that you were learning. It wasn't according to the Lord. But you couldn't verbalize or express that. And they beat you for it. And like any good slave that sustained enough beatings, you succumb to it. All right? Okay, bring it out.
This First Peter chapter 2 and verse number 13. Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake.
So submit yourself to every ordinance. What?
Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake.
For the Lord's sake. Once again, who's ever ruling over you, as long as they're ruling over you in righteousness, according to thus say the Lord, and they're not feeding the enemy that was in you, do what they tell you to do. Keep the law. More meat on there?
Con.
Skin it, Art.
Whether it be to the king as supreme, or unto governors as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers, and for the praise of them that do well.
See that? So even when you keep the law and do what the Lord tell you to do, it's unto your salvation by the hands of those who teach you. They're responsible for you. When you're being raised up and reared up outside of the laws of the Lord, he's going to send someone that's going to exact punishment to you and whoever your leadership is. All right. You got some over there, Ruben? I saw you in the strong. So,
Yeah.
Greek.
Con. That's the book of James chapter 1 and verse number 27.
22.
22. Con. It says, but be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves.
See that? Be ye not only hearers of this word, man, but doers. Don't deceive yourself. Reason why that last line is so powerful, because the deception of self comes by the enemy that lives within you. The enemy is the inner me. That's who deceives you every time. But if you're doing it, read the first part again.
But be ye doers of the word.
If you're a doer of the word, then you're feeding the inner righteous spirit. It will overcome the wicked spirit that lies within you, right? With that, man, I conclude this lesson.
I got one more precept, King. Let me get Sirach chapter 5 and verse number 4.
Sirach chapter 5 and verse number 4. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me? For the Lord is long suffering. He will in no wise let thee go.
Right. Don't get so proud to where now you commit a sin. You said, don't worry, the Most High got me. Nothing's going to happen. Because I'm doing the works of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Right? Read on.
That's that damn inner spirit.
That's that inner
He's
spirit.
lying to you again.
Yeah, he's tricking you. Right? Read on.
Concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin.
See? Don't be, it says, be not without fear to add sin unto sin. Now you're stacking up on your sins because of your carelessness. You think the Lord ain't going to judge you. Right? Read on.
And say not, his mercy is great.
Right. Don't lie on Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Right. He giving you
Right.
just this abundance of mercy
Right.
to sin, and you ain't that special.
Right. Like you know exactly how many sins you got left before the Lord judge you. So you're gonna use every single one of the sins.
I got one more.
I got one
before
more
I
left.
foul out
Right.
the game.
Right.
Right.
So I'm gonna use them more. Right.
This one's gonna be a good one.
Right. I'm gonna make it worth it. Read on.
All right.
He will be pacified for the multitude of my
You
sins.
see, the Lord ain't gonna say nothing.
That's blasphemy if you're
Yeah.
saying that, man. You calling the Lord a liar.
Right. Read on.
For mercy and wrath come from him, and his indignation resteth upon sinners.
So you see, so he's sinning so much that now he's thinking, I'm a sinner, but I'm not doing as much as you.
All right, that's what Agua said. But don't get twisted. Indignation means righteous judgment. His righteous judgment rests upon sinners. I mean, it's just laying on them. They just gonna stay with a foot in their butt.
Smoke. That's what it is. It's smoke, man. He got smoke with you.
On it with you every time he see you. It's on sight. predestination. This nigga scheduled to wake up again tomorrow. Oh yeah, on his ass we go tomorrow, y'all.
Yeah,
Until his timeline says it's time to kill him.
it's time to go. I got one more. Matthew 12 and verse 29. It's pertaining to the enemy is the inner me. Right.
This is Matthew chapter 12 and verse number 29.
God.
Or else, how can anyone enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he first find the strong man, and then he will spoil his house?
That's the enemy. That's the enemy.
That's him. Only problem is he kicked your door in while you was a toddler,
Right?
infant. You couldn't fight back,
right?
And the people that were supposed to protect you, man, they kind of jumped out the windows and ran out the back door when he came in, man. Left your ass in there.
Now he done kidnapped you and groomed you up
and raised you in his own
right to be,
literally
to be his own.
And get John 10 and verse 11. That's
he done kidnapped you and raised you to be his own damn kid, man.
And what's crazy, there was this TV show. Yeah, there was this TV show called Legion. Literally, the Marvel. Remember, you see it, right? Yeah. The dude had multiple personalities. Each personality had a power that came with it. They found out the Shadow King from the beginning of the show was chasing him the whole time, and was growing up with him. He was basically waiting for him to be manifested and grew up with him as a child. The same Shadow King that was trying to hunt down Professor X, and he got into Legion, who's also Professor X's son. So he was raised up chasing him, and then he finally got to the son, started raising him up, and then he tried to stop from his own destiny. So he started corrupting him, all the power that he had. He knew the potential he had, and he came in and tried to corrupt it immediately, early. So he got multiple personalities. It was called Legion. That show is crazy.
There's also one in the same manner called Moon Knight, man.
I gotta check
Disney Plus, man.
Yeah.
All right, every that was fire, man. Every day he chained himself up to his bed. He put broken glass on the floor. He didn't seen. He poured sand out.
What is a deterrent from him? From himself?
Literally, because somehow he waking up in the middle of the night, and he going out. He come back with blood on all his clothes.
And Mr. Hyde.
He had multiple personality disorder, and he got like 3 different spirits living up in his body. And now he wake up in Scandinavia somewhere, where he from New York.
Hell no.
And he's like run. The voice in his head like run. And he see dude up there. It's like a security guard on top of a castle, literally of a castle in damn Scandinavia or somewhere, right? And he waving at him. He waking up with a broken jaw, right? Damn. And he waving at dude. And dude, the security guard, he waved back confused. And the other security guard said, "Hey, that's that nigga." So they get John down
because he did something to them.
Exactly. That's the multiple personality. Them inner me's then went out and wreaked havoc. And that's why he was locking himself down. And every night he'll wait back up in his bed with no clues.
And that's a strong point too. Because we even acknowledge that when we're at camp and brothers be spazzing out and drunk, talking crazy. And we always say, we're not gonna touch you or put our hands on you, because as soon as we get the pummeling on you, the spirit gonna bail.
Exactly.
And then you gonna wake up trying to figure out what the hell happened.
Right.
And that's the thing about that spirit, man. When it rile up and how you going the hell off, it literally overtakes your consciousness.
Yeah.
And then after it done served this purpose of causing mayhem and chaos, it'll fade back to black and leave you to have to deal with the consequences.
That was nefarious.
Exactly.
Remember the dude kept hurting himself and everything? Yeah. He said he don't feel it right now.
I'm going to watch that again.
Yeah, that movie's powerful, man.
Y'all ever never watched Nefarious? Go watch that movie. That movie is in full sync with this lesson.
She said, "What's it
on?" I'll send y'all the link.
Yeah.
I'll send y'all the link.
It's in full sync with this lesson, man.
Get the
about how those spirits been dealing with us since we were kids. That's why he's so strong.
Which one I gave you?
I think you said John chapter 11. Or John chapter 10.
Oh yeah, John chapter 10 and verse 11.
And this is the book of John chapter 10 and verse number 11. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep.
Right, read on.
But he that is an hireling and not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming and leaveth the sheep that fleeth, and the wolf catcheth them and scattereth the sheep.
That's the enemy. The enemy right there. Righteous come in, try to establish and stabilize laws and commandments, and then the wicked, the hireling, the enemy, which is the enemy, comes in as that wolf, and then everybody else flees. It's like the Jekyll and Hyde effect.
The Lord said He ordained us from birth.
Yeah.
So that means from the moment you exit your mother, you already have the laws and the knowledge of the Lord within you to do His work as you grow. But you speaking the Hebrew from birth.
And that's wild.
And what do they do to you?
Yep.
They tell you to stop with the God and start talking that damn baby talk.
Yeah, Gucci, Gucci.
They start forcing the filthy English language on you. You're born speaking the Paleo Hebrew.
Right.
And speaking of that, Acts 19 and 14. Check this one out.
This is Acts chapter 19 and verse number 14. And there were 7 sons of one Sceva, a Jew, and chief of the priests, which did so. And the evil spirit answered and said, Yahushua I know.
So the evil spirit said, Christ I know. Read on.
And Paul I know.
Right, I know Paul too.
Who the hell are you?
Right, read on.
But who are ye?
But who are you, nigga? That's the evil spirits. That's them demons. They know who they dealing with.
So it go back to when the apostles was asking Yahushua, man, why we can't run these demons off, because certain demons can only be vanquished through fasting and praying. And if you ain't locked into these scriptures and you trying to deal with these spirits, if you read the rest of that parable, you're gonna find out the demons will whoop your ass.
Beat the brakes off.
Okay, they would do you dirty.
Finish.
Let me just
And you really gonna be screaming and hollering and crying for the Most High then.
Talk about help me.
Next verse,
Help
man.
Yeah.
Help me.
verse 16. Verse 16, it says, and the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them and overcame them and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded.
So the spirit jumped on these cats for perpetrating like they were men of the Lord. This is why you playing a dangerous game when you call yourself playing with this word, man. If you're not going to be truthful and sincere about serving the Lord, man, you better find you something else to play with. Because if you're not scared of the Lord, you better be scared of his damn hitmen. The Lord is merciful. He got a left-hand side. All these demons we reading about, they work for him. They're there to keep balance. And they're worse. You think the Lord is bad. This is the word. This is his worst side of himself. All right.
They so bad. They here for a limited time only.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, literally.
Can't
That's
let
why
them
they
just
all
run
of them asked, you here to kill me now?
Yeah.
They
There's so
checking
much
their
damage I
reaction.
can
You
do.
know what I'm saying? I don't think it's time yet.
Right, I got time to shine.
Right.
So yeah, you better think about it, man. The enemy is the inner me.
God.
With that, man.
Om Yahshua.
Om Yahshua.
Om Yahshua.
We pray somebody out there was edified through this lesson, man, and you examine yourself. Make sure you moving truly in the spirit of the Lord and not being led by the wicked, man. That lives within you.
Enemy is the enemy.
Uh-huh.
So don't let it be
God.
a friend of me.
Oh, you did a blink thing.
Have to start,
You did a
right
hard
before
3
that.
seconds.
Huh?
Right. She did a hard 3 seconds.
Enemy is the enemy.
God.
Looking for sympathy.